In this concluding Good morning, everybody. Good morning, dear colleagues, and thank you very much for joining us in the first policy dialogue organized within the program called Sustainability Starts with Teachers. My name is Julia Heiss. I'm Education Program Specialist in the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa. Many of you here in the call, and we're expecting many more. We're expecting more than 200 participants, so the numbers will certainly raise. Many of you are already members of the Sustainability Starts with Teachers alumni, and for those who are less familiar with the program, which focuses on teachers trainers, you will learn and hear much more about it very soon. I would like to inform you that this session is live streamed, so you can watch it again afterwards. And for those colleagues who don't have the opportunity to join us now, they can also watch it later on. I now have the immense honor to introduce to you our opening panelists, starting with Professor Hubert Gaysen, who is the director of the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa. I'm handing over to you, Hubert.
Thank you, Julia. Let me first of all check if I can be heard and seen. Can you confirm, Julia, that you can both hear and see me?
Yes, we hear and see you.
Very good. Let me then proceed by first, I would like to recognize the presence first of the Minister of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology of Botswana, the Honorable Dr. Lechola Tebe. Minister, welcome to this meeting. Also, I wish to recognize our dear friend, Her Excellency, Miss Asa Persson, Swedish Ambassador to Zimbabwe and Malawi. Thank you, Asa, for joining us. Also recognize the presence of senior government officials, education sector specialists, and all those in the ESD family. Dear participants, colleagues and friends, greetings from the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa. I'm addressing you here from Cape Town while I'm currently on a short mission. You will have heard about the devastating fires here affecting the Table Mountain and also the UCT, the University of Cape Town, especially the library and historic archive. So we're on an assessment mission here. But I'm very happy to join you, and this is one of those many virtual meetings that we have, video conference meetings. I hope that later this year we will be able to shift towards hybrid meetings where we could have fewer participants in a room together. And others connected, and hopefully next year we will be slightly back to normal. I believe, however, that the hybrid format will be there to stay and will contribute in its way to sustainability as well, and also to sustainable education. So a very good morning and welcome to all of you to this policy dialogue on education for sustainable development, which is part of the regional program, as Julia introduced, on sustainability starts with teachers. And this program is supported by the Swedish government via SIDA, Swedish SIDA. Our world today is really one of rapid changes and complex challenges. And while societies are getting younger, and especially here in Africa, and also more connected than ever, the global mobility and migration are on the rise. And the number of new conflicts worldwide is also rising, along with levels of inequality. We also see that poverty, environmental pollution, intolerance and violence remain huge challenges for us today. And while climate change is threatening our course to a sustainable future, also bringing with it an increase in natural disasters and spurring refugee movements, we see that all these events are happening at the same time, and that is what I meant with the complexities and the challenges of today. And on top of that, we have COVID now. The COVID pandemic has really added a new dimension to these daunting global challenges and trends. Now, in the midst of these rapid changes and challenges, the way we think and act, the way we teach and learn must also change profoundly. We can't continue the same systems of before. And this change starts with each and every individual. Across the globe, we have seen great progress in expanding learning opportunities for all. But access to education simply is not enough. Only access is not enough. We need a new focus on the quality of that education, but also on its relevance, on its contents, and on the relevance of learning. We must really ask ourselves, is what young people learn truly relevant to their lives? Does it help create better societies? Does it help to ensure the survival of our planet eventually? So schooling and formal education are essential, but we must widen the angle to foster learning throughout life. And let's be clear, not all learning and education supports sustainable development. The old school education that unilaterally promotes economic growth alone does not prepare learners for a sustainable future. And therefore, education must be about learning to live sustainably on a planet under pressure. And it must be about transforming the way we think and the way we act. As Nelson Mandela stated, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So that is really true today in the challenges that we face. Now, UNESCO, by promoting education for sustainable development, is leading the development of this new, I would say, humanistic approach, this search for fresh, dynamic answers to old questions. ESD aims to develop the skills that empower individuals to question and to reflect on their own actions, to examine their current and future social, cultural, economic, and environmental impacts. And they do this from a local and a global perspective. Through ESD, learners are able to gain critical life skills and the capacity to become positive actors in the pursuit of sustainable development. And it is clear that the importance of ESD is increasingly recognized on the world stage. And we have seen this via the UN Decade on Education for Sustainable Development that ran from 2004 to 2014. And it really helped to achieve this, to uplift ESD to a global ambition. And this decade, which was led and coordinated by UNESCO, it triggered numerous encouraging initiatives in many of the member states. And following this, the Global Action Program on ESD, which was in fact the official follow-up on the decade, focused on boosting ESD actions. So this was really aimed at seeing action and impact at all levels. And then the latest global framework, to pitch it now as part of the Agenda 2030, the ESD for 2030. That's the title, ESD for 2030, and it calls on governments to give ESD a prominent place in their policies and education programs under SDG 4. Most importantly, however, SDG is at the heart of the ambitious Agenda 2030 and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And ESD here is not only a crucial element, which is incorporated in Target 7 of SDG 4, SDG 4 on education. So Target 7 particularly articulates a role for ESD, but basically, if you look at the formulation of that Target 7, it presents ESD as a binding element running across and in fact connecting all the 17 SDGs. And I think that is the way we need to look at ESD. UNESCO and its partners have a long-lasting experience on capacity building of teachers on ESD, especially also here in the SADC region. And since 2019, we have been supporting 11 countries in the SADC region with this program entitled Sustainability Starts with Teachers. And with today's policy dialogue, we want to engage policy actors and education sector leaders to advocate for ESD integration into policies and leadership activities, and now particularly focusing on teacher TVET education, technical and vocational education and training. And this is important. UNESCO has launched some time ago a green TVET policy. And it is important that also the TVET education develops the skills and the opportunities for young people to engage in this green curriculum and to absorb ESD approaches there. I therefore warmly welcome the participants from countries in the SADC region to this policy dialogue. And I thank our implementing partners, in particular the Rhodes University, in particular Professor Hela Lotz and her team, as well as our committed and generous partner, that is Swedish SIDA. Thank you for your invaluable support. In today's webinar, we will showcase the good work emerging from the Sustainability Starts with Teachers program and hopefully convince all of you that introducing ESD and teacher training can transform education that leads to sustainable development. I end by saying to all of you connected, please join us to make this happen. Thank you very much, and over to you, Julia.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks, and thank you for underlying the need for change. So the need for change in our lifestyles, change in our behavior, leading to green economies, as you said, more just societies. And in order, and I think you explained very well how this change can only happen if we also change and see a shift in paradigm in our education systems. And that's exactly what ESD is all about. ESD tries to support that transformation. And I think you also very rightly said that education is also enshrined in one of the SDGs, the SDG 4. It is facilitating the implementation of all the other SDGs. So thank you very much for your opening, despite your being on mission in Cape Town. I'm now handing over to our next honorable speaker, Her Excellency Mrs. Anna Persson, who is the Swedish ambassador to Zimbabwe. And as our director just said, we are very, very grateful to the Swedish government to support the work we are doing around this project. So over to you, Mrs. As a person, please. If you could unmute and then also switch on your camera, that would be nice, then we can see you. Could my colleagues confirm if Mrs. Persson is still with us? I have seen her just before in the facilitator's room. Do you have, is she with us?
Yes, Julia, sorry, she's with us. I'm seeing she's in the attendees. Sorry, I'm promoting her to panelist now.
Okay, if you could maybe help her with the mic if there's an issue.
Yes, thank you. Yes, yes, she is, Ambassador.
Hello, can everyone hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes,
we can hear
yes,
you very
we can
clearly.
hear you.
Okay. So it seems I have some technical challenges, but good morning to all. Very happy to be here. All protocol observed. And thank you, Hubert, for your introductory remarks and for appreciating support from Sweden. I represent a country fully committed to sustainable development, and in my introductory remarks, I'd like to point to a few things why this is important for Sweden, for my country, for my government, but also give you a couple of examples of how we work with this in Zimbabwe. So my name is Åsa Persson. I am Sweden's ambassador to Zimbabwe and Malawi. I'm based in Harare. Yes, the world needs ambitious recovery programs following the global pandemic. And these programs have to include human rights, gender, and women and girls empowerment at the center. And we are, as Sweden, committed to this recovery. And you can see this, we're very committed to the 2030 agenda. It's also pointed out by Hubert earlier. My government has also launched what is called a feminist foreign policy, where we have a specific initiative called Drive for Democracy, also including prioritizing climate financing and biodiversity. In Sweden, environment is highly valued, and I think my country is well known for its undeveloped wilderness and archipelagos. And we were actually the first country in the world to pass an Environmental Protection Act. We did so in 1967. And ever since, Sweden has not looked back where environmental issues are concerned. So the current Swedish climate policy framework establishes that Sweden, by 2045, shall reach net zero carbon emissions and negative emissions thereafter. And we have actually managed to demonstrate that it is possible to reduce emissions while maintaining economic growth. And we can see this when we look at our data from between 1990 and 2017, that we had an increase in GDP, and yet emissions fell. Sweden is one of the world's largest providers of climate finance, and we recently increased our financial commitments by 20%. So in Zimbabwe, what do we do? We're working on this and promoting sustainable development. To give you just a couple of examples, so I'd say historically, we have focused our development work in Zimbabwe on health, gender equality, human rights, democracy, and governance. But 5 years ago, so in 2017, we also updated our cooperation strategy to include a new area focused on environment, climate change, resilience, and renewable energy. And we had a specific task included to our strategy, which was to improve the capacity of stakeholders to contribute to environmental sustainability. And I'll give you two tangible examples. And one is the Swedish-funded challenge fund called REACT SSA, where private sector's players are able to apply for grant funding to grow their renewable energy businesses. So this provides access to finance for early stage businesses that would not be eligible for commercial loans because they would be assessed high risk. Creating opportunities for youth is a very important part of Sweden's support in Zimbabwe. And we recently completed what was called the Green Innovation Hub. It was funded by Sweden, implemented by UNICEF. And it's a very good example of how you put in place stepping stones in order to build a green economy. And for example, what we did was we worked together with the private sector to enable internship programs for students in the environmental areas. We also provided catalyst funding for green innovations that were designed by young people. And we also worked in schools with environmental clubs. And that was a way also to put forward, ideas that were put forward by youth and materialize them. So for example, we installed solar geysers in boarding schools or solar drip irrigations in school gardens, just a couple of examples. So finally, I think today's and tomorrow, because I know it continues tomorrow, capacity building program, it combines two key priorities for Sweden, sustainability and youth. And we are very proud to support this policy dialogue through UNESCO. Thank you so much, and I wish you all a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for being with us and for giving your address to the opening of our policy dialogue. It's always very impressive how Sweden is also leading by example, not only having the first Environmental Protection Act worldwide, I understood, but also very ambitious goals with regard to zero carbon emission. We also note your interesting work in Zimbabwe, where we see a lot of overlap also with the work we are doing in the area of education for sustainable development, which, as our director has mentioned before already, is also touching upon technical vocational education, including training in areas like renewable energy. So thank you very much. I hope you can stay a little bit with us as long as possible, hopefully, because you will then get a nice introduction to the project. I understand that our next opening speaker is at the moment opening another event. I think that's a dilemma. Ministers and...
no, I'm online.
Sorry, Julia is in.
Excellent. Okay, that was really by the minute in time. Thank you so much. I'm very impressed. So I have the honor to introduce the Honorable Dr. Douglas Lechulatebe, who is the Minister of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology in Botswana. Thank you for being with us and in time. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and sorry about the confusion there. There was no way I'll miss this important event, as it is a pleasure to present the official opening remarks on behalf of the government of the Republic of Botswana on the occasion of today's policy dialogue, which is a component of the capacity building program for teacher educators on education for sustainable development goals, the ESD. Allow me, Director of Ceremony, to start my remarks by thanking the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency as the main sponsor of the CAPT ESD program for prioritizing capacity building of teacher educators on ESD as the first and foremost step towards an effective implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, Botswana is happy to be part of this important program, mainly because it is enhancing our implementation of SDGs 4, Target 4.7, which seeks to ensure acquisition of knowledge and skills to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through ESD. The prioritization of teacher capacity building on ESD is a clear indication that we understand and appreciate the role that teachers play in the promotion and implementation of strategies towards the achievement of SDGs through ESD, and that indeed sustainability starts with teachers. We are here today, ladies and gentlemen, to engage as policy actors and educators to deliberate on ways in which we can push for the mainstreaming of ESDs in educational policies and programs of our respective countries. Therefore, we need to first conduct an assessment on our policies and programs for purposes of identifying the benchmarks that we can refer to as best practices that we can share and further develop for the benefit of our region. Our collective experiences as a region, if shared, can lead to the achievement of not only the ESD, but the entire SDGs by 2030 as we hope. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to be selfish and inward looking during this meeting and say Africa needs ESD now more than ever. The disasters we are currently experiencing are threatening our existence, not only as the human race, but the entire bionetwork if targeted action is not taken. Therefore, we need to come up with adaptive strategies to climate change, improve sanitation system, and engage in research on environmental challenges as well as other challenges that are posing an existential threat to the entire bionetwork. These strategies, ladies and gentlemen, need to be integrated into our education policies and programs for teacher education, as well as the curriculum at all levels of education, so that ESD is instilled in learners from early age. Master of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, the education sector has a comparative advantage over other sectors because education is not only a goal, but an enabler for the achievement of all the other SDGs. So as educators, we need to maximize on all this advantage and develop an ESD-focused curriculum that will also serve as a means towards the achievement of all other SDGs. Director of Ceremony, allow me to highlight on the efforts made by the Government of the Republic of Botswana in creating a conducive environment for ESD. This covers the creation of a direct alignment between teacher education and SDGs, as well as provision of the necessary resources that teachers need to effectively deliver ESD-related programs. Director of Ceremony, I want to clearly indicate that ESD is fully addressed as a priority area for development in Botswana through policies and programs at national and sector levels. The Vision 2036, our own vision in Botswana, and the National Development Plan, NDP 11, are examples of such policies addressing ESD at national level. In our understanding of the cross-cutting and multidisciplinary nature of ESD, ladies and gentlemen, we developed a vision to ensure that by 2036, Botswana will have sustainably and optimally used her natural resources in a manner that will have transformed her economy and uplifted her people's livelihood. As part of our strategies for National Development Plan 11, we will ensure the mainstreaming of environment and climate change into the development process to increase expertise in applied research and innovation to ensure sustainable environment, as well as to develop policies, legislation, and strategies to enhance the state of the environment. Under education, ladies and gentlemen, the 1994 Revised National Policy on Education, commonly known as the RNPE, recommended the development of clearly defined national goals for environmental education, EE, and an action plan for their implementation. RNPE further recommended the integration of EE into education policies and programs due to the key role it was seen to be playing in the development of education. As a result, Master of Ceremony, Botswana has integrated sustainability principles into education and training policies and programs, with emphasis on curriculum for teacher training institutions and technical and vocational education and training, TVET, colleges. Therefore, I am proud to share with you that ESD teacher training is provided for pre-service teachers and in-service teachers through environmental education. In order to build the capacity of schools to lead and support implementation of ESD, institutions of higher learning in Botswana offer a variety of environmental education and ESD-related courses. Similarly, through the Living and Learning Communities LLC program, teacher trainees develop and implement student-led activities outside the classroom in collaboration with the community. The purpose of LLC program is to enable acquisition of social and life skills. Director Ceremony, Botswana is implementing all these strategies because we believe that in as much education is an enabler for achievement of all the other SDGs, Target 4.7 on global citizenship and ESD is also a key enabler for the achievement for an inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. Therefore, as I conclude Master of Ceremony, as I conclude my official opening Master of Ceremony, allow me to encourage educators and policymakers here present to commit to being the change agents needed in the CAP ESD program by, firstly, effectively playing a leading role as champions of ESD in their respective countries. Also promoting ESD, not only as a subject, but a whole school approach which forms an integral part of the school culture. And also by ensuring ESD is mainstreamed into education policies and programs, with particular emphasis on the curriculum for teacher training institutions and technical and vocational education and training colleges. And also by supporting and using the advanced ESD regional training programs as a springboard to ensure the capacity of teachers and TVET institutions to deliver ESD. Last but not least, by advocating for the establishment and strengthening of ESD professional networks in Southern African region. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to lead the pledge by committing my country, Botswana, through my ministry, the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology. We will continuously review our teacher education and TVET curriculum to ensure that sustainability principles are clearly articulated with the ESD 2030 agenda. Lastly, let me call upon all of us to agree on that sustainability start with teachers. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for this excellent opening address. I think it proved not only that you have a deep knowledge of the objectives, the mission, and the purpose of ESD, but I think you clearly also proved to be very, very committed to ESD. So I think you set the tone for this policy dialogue, mentioning that Botswana not only has a lot in place with regard to ESD policies and ESD in teacher education, but has also further ambitions to strengthen those. As you also know, most probably, is that Botswana has been one of the first countries joining the Sustainability Starts with Teachers program in 2019, and Botswana also won the UNESCO Japan ESD Prize for one of its ESD programs. So thank you again for being with us in time and for that excellent opening address and your commitment to ESD and your commitment to strengthening ESD in policies. And as for all the other opening speakers, we of course hope that you will stay with us a little bit to get a deeper insight into the program, because we are now moving to the next session. The last opening speaker, the Chief of Education from Lesotho, Mr. Raleng Kwane, sent his apologies because he had another commitment this morning. So I'm now handing over to our dear colleague and very much appreciated partner in this program, the distinguished Professor Hela Lotzi-Sitka. She's working in the Environmental Learning Research Center at the Rhodes University, and she's going to give us an introduction and an overview of the program, Sustainability Starts with Teachers, introducing us into the lessons learned, the policy implications of the program, the history and the backgrounds. I'm handing over to Hela.
Thank you so much, Julia, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, colleagues and our honorable guests. the Minister. It was so wonderful to hear that strong contribution from Botswana. Botswana has been one of the leading countries, I think, with ESD for so many years now. So it's fantastic to hear that. And to Prof. Gijzen, it's lovely to be on the platform with you again. And Ms. Persson from Sweden, the Swedish ambassador. It's always wonderful to interact with our Swedish colleagues. I'm going to just start my slides. I just want to check if everybody can see me or see the slides at least.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Previn. And then I have the honor of offering an introduction to this program this morning, and we'll just share with you an overview of what we've been aiming to do and what we've been doing and where we've got to so far. And I'm very much looking forward to the upcoming presentations from our national governments. Namibia, I'm very happy that South African government is also with us today, and also the Zimbabwe government, and of course all of the others that have joined us for this policy dialogue, very important policy dialogue for our region in Southern Africa. So I think you've already been introduced to the name of the program. This is me. I'm a professor at Rhodes University in South Africa and have been working with ESD, I think, for as long as I can remember, probably 30 years now. I started working on this area of work when we first made our transformation to a new government in South Africa in the early days of the SADC structures and the environment and land management sector in SADC that was started to work with the education sector to foreground environment and sustainability issues for our region and to bring this into education. So I've been working both with South African policy, but also with SADC level policy for almost probably 30 years now. In this particular area. It's an incredibly exciting and important area of work for our region. And this project that we're working on with UNESCO is just so exciting because it really brings us all together in order to do this work across our different borders and across the region, because we share so much in this region, not least the challenges of our times. One of which, as we know, is climate change, and our region, the Southern African region, is one of the regions that is most vulnerable to climate change, as we know, particularly the fact that we are a water scarce region and also are heating up more so than other regions and where the average projection of climate change heating is projected to be around 4 degrees. In our region, we're looking at 6 to 8 degrees. So we are facing a very challenging future when it comes to climate change. And we need to find ways to learn together and to try to transform the realities that we're facing in order to move forward together as a region. We also are facing many other challenges. This is when we were planning this program, we were in Zimbabwe, and we had the challenges of energy provision there, and of course the price of energy that we're facing, price of fuels, energy, and so on. So we have to look at an energy transition in our region. We have also been experiencing a number of droughts and floods, as we all know. We've had quite big impacts from the various cyclones. So we are facing many challenges, but the other very good thing about this region is that we have incredible people who are willing to work together to try to resolve some of these issues, not least all of the participants that have been working with us on the Sustainability Starts with Teachers program, and also our policymakers that we have with us today. So I think the reality is that we are, as a region, facing these complex and wicked problems, and these are intersectional problems. They're not just a problem of society or environment or economy, they're a problem of all three together. And so we need to work with sustainability thinking in order to resolve them. And these issues involve history, culture, science, knowledge, gender relationships, colonial histories, and much more. And we need essentially, as the Honourable Minister was saying, a qualitatively new kind of education and learning. And we especially need to foreground transformative learning as we go forward. And we've heard a lot this morning already about the importance of change from Prof. Gijzen and also the Minister, and from the Swedish Ambassador. So in the Southern African region, I think these statistics are already quite well known to most of us, but we're facing many things like crop production capacity, which is of course a very severe issue for us because so many of our farmers are relying on rain-fed agriculture. We're also looking at biodiversity loss, water stress, our coastal infrastructures, and many other challenges. So we've been very fortunate to have the Agenda 2030 coming in our direction, if I could say that, over the last while, because that helps to set a proactive and futures-looking agenda that we can share across boundaries and borders. We also have the Africa Agenda 2063, which the Minister also mentioned, the application of that into Botswana. And we also have regional education policy, the CESA policy, which I think most of our governments are working with. And one of the things that was so interesting to me in the CESA policy that we've been working with a lot here is that the CESA says that, you know, we would not like to only own the Global Sustainable Development Goals, but we must adapt them and make them compatible with our own aspirations. And I think the Minister from Botswana gave us such a good sense of the importance of that when he was speaking just now. So what we're trying to do in this project is to develop education for sustainable development practice and to develop in such a way that it can help us to transform society in response to these many challenges. We've been working with the SDGs quite creatively, and you can see these lovely cards that we've produced here to help our teachers and our teacher educators and the students in our colleges and universities and TVETs, and also the children in our schools to see the SDGs not just as a policy instrument, but also as a tool for practice. So if we look at number 6 there, it says love water, and that of course is SDG number 6. Which is helping us to manage our water across boundaries. If we look at number 8, support good work, that of course is SDG number 8. Number 3, keep well, which is SDG 3 on health, and so on. So we're trying to make them accessible, make them interactive, make them proactive, and encourage agency and action for change. So this project is all about that. And so we're also trying to articulate ESD, Education for Sustainable Development, empowers learners to take informed decisions and responsible actions for environmental integrity, economic viability, and a just society for present and future generations while respecting cultural diversity. It's about lifelong learning, as the Ambassador, Prof. Geisen, and also the Minister also said, and it's an integral part of quality education. And I think this is the most important thing for me, is that we can no longer see quality education being without ESD, because what kind of an education are we offering young people if ESD is not integral to our concept of quality education? So this is what we're working on very strongly in this project, is to center ESD as an integral part of quality education. It's a big job to do, and it needs a lot of support, especially from the policy system. So we're hoping that our dialogue here can assist us with that. So ESD is holistic and transformational education, which addresses learning content and outcomes, pedagogy, and the learning environment. It achieves its purpose by transforming society. That, of course, has got implications for monitoring and evaluation. We want to know how and when are we going to be seeing the outcomes of our ESD practice, and we'll talk about that a bit as I go along. So I think we've already heard this morning that we are an incredibly exciting continent, in the sense that we are probably the most youthful continent, and by 2050 half of the world's children will live in Africa. So the responsibility that we have as educators, as teacher educators, as policymakers, is really to think about how we are preparing our teachers and our TVET educators to support children and young people to live and work in a more complex world under rapidly changing conditions. And the question that I have for us over this policy dialogue is, are our policy systems responsive enough? Are we moving fast enough in our policy systems to really take this challenge seriously? And we can dialogue about this question as we go forward together here. We're building on a long history. I think that's already been mentioned this morning. This is a lot of detail really about this long history of working together in SADC, as I mentioned, for almost 30 years. For most of that time, we've had support from Sweden, and also from other partners, as we started in the early days, the SADC International Certificate course, in which we were able to train up to 2,000 people in the SADC region, where we first developed our change approach to ESD. We then worked with UNEP and the mainstreaming of environment and sustainability in African universities. Some of the SADC universities are some of the top leading universities in that particular program. The University of Botswana, University of now Eswatini, University of Lesotho, many of them have been very active in that particular program. We worked with the UN Decade during the UN Decade, and the SADC region was one of always, right up front there at all of the events, sharing the practices and working together to develop ESD practice in our region. We had the Swedish International Training Programs, the ITPs, which were a forerunner of this particular program. All the while we've been developing this change project approach. We had the Global Action Program in the most recent period of ESD policy making. We had the Sorua Curriculum Innovation Network, where we worked on with the first iteration of this program. And now we're able to bring, this very strong program together. And one of the most exciting things about this program is that we're able to bring together this enormous alumni network that we've been building over these years. And what happened to us over the first period is that we had this huge alumni network, but we found that when we got the SDGs in 2015, we were not well connected. And therefore we had this huge capacity that was under-mobilized to support ESD and the SDGs in teacher education in SADC countries. And particularly in teacher education, because we also discovered that teacher education had been a little bit of a neglected area during the UN Decade. And I think that was a pattern across all countries around the world. So we made this lovely partnership with UNESCO and with CEDA to bring this Sustainability Starts with Teachers program to the surface and to strengthen our alumni network, to bring our capacity together and try to really address the SDGs through education, which is what we're doing in this program. So this is how this program was born. It's not a brand new program. It's a program that grew out of this long history. And this is very, very important for us, because you'll find that in all of the change projects, there's a group of people that are supporting those change projects, and many of them are alumni from this network. And we're very grateful for the opportunity to bring this enormous alumni together to strengthen our capacity as a collective. So the project has got these different objectives. I think they've been mentioned briefly already, but we're working very hard to integrate ESD into, or sustainability principles into, teacher education and TVET education, including the early childhood education teacher educators, because we discovered that they and the TVET educators were also very neglected in the ESD system. So we've been working on this through what we call an ESD regional training programs, which is the Sustainability Starts with Teachers course that I'll talk about a bit more. And then we've got this other component, which is very much focused on trying to strengthen policies, which is why we're having this dialogue here today. But we really want an iterative relationship between policy and practice. We're also building the professional networks, and we're trying to strengthen the uptake of science and culture. And all the while, we're building these change projects in our teacher education institutions across the SADC region, so that at the end of the project, we'll have this, what we call a critical mass of these change initiatives that actually model what ESD is. We want to see policy in practice, not just policy in discourse. So we have a big system of partners. You will have seen all the logos already, but our national level partners are incredibly important. The National Ministries of Education, the higher education institutions, teacher education institutions, their partners at the local level. And then we also have our Swedish colleagues who we've been working very closely with, and who've also brought a lot of inspiration to us over the years in the way that we work on ESD. So the clustering that we're working with in 2019, we had Botswana, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. In 2020, we had Lesotho, South Africa, and Zambia. We now have all of these countries still working with us. And so what we're working with is a sort of phased approach where we can give concentrated support to 3 countries at a time, but then bring them all together in these networks. So today we have, these 6 countries together with us on the policy dialogue. And we also have our new countries for this year, which is Eswatini, Malawi, and Tanzania, joining into this policy dialogue. And then we'll have another policy dialogue with them next year, where we'll have the 9 countries when we begin to implement the program in Angola and Mozambique. And this year, we're going to be working particularly on the translation of the program into Portuguese so that we can run it in Portuguese next year. So our focus is SDG 4, particularly Quality Education Target 4.7. And this SDG requires that all of our governments integrate sustainability and ESD into the education and training system at all levels and phases, and to see it as an integral part of quality education. So you can see the detail of that there. And of course, we're not going to achieve any of these other SDGs without education. So education has a very, very important role to play in supporting the SDGs, but inside SDG 4 itself, we need to strengthen ESD. So this is a very important double focus, if I could call it that. ESD, we've got a lot of detail on what that is. It's a change in learning content to include all of these contemporary kind of concerns. It's a change in pedagogy and learning environments to be more active learning, centered, transformative, societal transformation I've already mentioned, and then also a different kind of learning outcome that we want to see that contributes to societal transformation. We've built a very exciting program through a lot of consultation in the region with both policymakers as well as the teacher educators. And we've built what we call an action learning program so that we actually are making change happen, not just talking about change, because one of the problems that we've had for so many years is, lots of talk about change and we're not able to make change happen. So we've designed a program together that allows us to make change in our institutions. And we call that a change project approach. And everybody has a change project that they work on together with others. And then we work through this process, which I'll just elaborate on a little bit more just now. We've developed a beautiful website for the program. And there's the URL, and we've got now policy dialogue on that website as well. We've got an e-learning library where we're sharing learning materials that have been generated over these 20, 30 years in the SADC region and through UNESCO for ESD. So these can be downloaded for free by any teacher educator, anybody actually who visits the website can download learning and teaching materials for free to help them to teach these critical issues that we are working with in ESD. We've also set up an alumni forum as a way of bringing the big community of alumni together and to continue to keep exciting activities going. We'll be putting more energy into that this year. So there'll be lots of alumni events going on. We have also, because of the COVID-19, we had to take our course and put it online. So we built last year, we put a big effort into building this beautiful online course. And you're able to visit that too. If anybody's interested, we can give you a link and you can go in and have a look at it. We're using the online course again this year, and then we'll probably also make it available in Portuguese so that once we've run the program through, this course will then also be available for other teacher educators who haven't yet done the course, and hopefully we can continue to run it into the future. And at the center of this is the Quality Change Project, Quality ESD Change Project. So we're encouraging people to develop these change projects that they have to self-define or define in their institutional contexts and with their systems in their own country, because we don't know which change projects are most relevant in which country, and the countries have to work that out themselves, and the teacher educators have to work that out themselves. TVET educators need to work it out themselves, but we encourage them and we support them. And we encourage them to engage with SDG 4, which addresses target 4.7, as I've already mentioned those, and also to try to contribute to a more sustainable, just society for current and future generations, and to have a transformative learning thrust in their change project. We also try to support change projects that respond very specifically to national and institutional policies and strategies. I'll show you very briefly how we do that in a minute. and also to align themselves to national and institutional curriculums and frameworks in order to contribute to curriculum transformation, to enhance interdepartmental engagement, cooperation and communication in the teacher education system itself, and to have a whole institution approach, or at least a department or a system approach of some kind. And we really want these change projects to help us build the kind of continent that we are wanting and that we can see in the Vision Agenda 2063. So there's a lot of change projects emerging. They're very, very exciting. We're capturing more and more of them as time goes on. So we've got a number that are focusing on teaching and learning materials, on pedagogy, heritage-based pedagogy, for example, green campus, environmental management, green engineering, green economies, green business systems support, community engaged projects. There's a lot of these that are emerging, and what's very, very interesting about them is to begin to see what ESD looks like in the SADC region as they get generated through the different programs. So we are capturing these change projects on the website, and we will kind of hold a good report on them on the website as we go along. So one of the things that people do in the change project is that they review their context, the policies of their own context, and also the kinds of competencies that they want to develop in teacher education or in TVET education. They then identify relevant content on SDGs that they want to work on. For example, if they want to work on issues of food systems and food security, we've seen how important that is with the COVID-19, or if they want to work on water or on green jobs or on climate action, they then choose, what focus they want to do and then look at which SDGs they can address. They then look at transformative learning methods and how to create transformative learning environments in schools, colleges, communities, and some really lovely, lovely projects coming through that's showing how we can do transformative learning in the SADC region. We're also looking very closely at assessment and how to restructure assessment, because one of the problems that we have is you can do all this innovative work, but if your assessment system is very sort of, what we call it, unable to accommodate the transformative practice, then the transformative practice tends to get left behind. So we have to innovate in assessment. This is a very critical area for policy dialogue, and I hope we can discuss that a little bit as well. And then we are encouraging everybody to monitor and evaluate the work that they're doing and look at what can be scaled for impact. So we have fantastic monitoring and evaluation work going on coming out of the teacher education institutions, and we are capturing this collectively within the UNESCO project and reporting that. One of the things that we're seeing out of the first round of this is that, policy can never be just a top-down thing. It has to be an iterative process of people learning to do something new together, to try things out, to reflect on that, and then to improve that. So we're really looking at policy not as a simple matter of a top-down directive, but rather some kind of an iterative approach of policy and practice that interface and then become realized in a field of practice. So we're trying to also theorize and develop better understandings of this kind of policy and what it needs to look like in our system, so that we're not using simplistic approaches to policy. We're capturing a lot of what we're learning in these policy dialogues, and we've already got, I think, between 6 or 8 of them on the website, and we're busy developing further ones as we go along this year. And they are quite a good touchstone for also developing indicators, for thinking about policy. And we're also getting emerging lessons now from the change projects on the policy contributions that could be made from these change initiatives. And we're finding, for example, a lot of insights into curriculum harmonization, how to improve our curriculum. We're finding many of our curricula are very patchy when it comes to these issues, and we really need a strong process of curriculum harmonization across the board, both at school level, in TVETs, in higher education institutions, and in teacher education itself. So something very important coming through on that. Also on whole institution approaches for ESD, how to improve the quality and relevance of education by harnessing indigenous knowledge in formal education systems, how to build capacities of community students and teachers collectively to resolve issues, how to broaden assessment, how to transform our training and learning environments, and how to collaborate with youth and communities on ESD. So some very, very useful insights and lessons coming through that we could use to shape and inform policy as we go forward. One of the key findings that we have so far, and this is my last slide, I think, is that ESD practice is not yet fully present in education in Southern Africa, despite a strong regional praxis. So even though we've done a lot, we haven't yet done enough. That's the basic message, if I could say that. And we need more mechanisms to share what has been done, the good work, the good approaches, innovations, to share them more broadly. This is what a training program can do, but a training program is still small and limited. So we must have stronger engagements with policy, national commitments, and so on. And we need stronger monitoring and evaluation frameworks. So we're going to discuss those a little bit more tomorrow with Alison when she helps us to think about the SDG 4.7 monitoring. But I think we must try to harness what's coming from this program, bring it into what we're seeing more widely. And I just wanted to finish with this slide, which came from the policy report of the UN decade on ESD. It was the Global Monitoring and Evaluation Report, the final report of the decade. And the few key points about policy that I think are super important for us as we move forward here together. One in policy is that leadership matters. So we really want to encourage all kinds of leadership, and we need multi-leveled leadership, strong leadership from our national governments, from our ministers, from our department officials. Leadership matters. It's a very clear point around policy. Second, political leadership is crucial for ESD. ESD is increasingly a part of policies to address sustainable development issues. So we must see ESD and the sustainable development goals together as something that needs to be developed together. So we need to work intersectorally more. Sustainable development and education policies are becoming more aligned, but need to become much more aligned. And then ESD in the decade started to become an important part of the global policy discourse, and of course in the SADC region as similarly. We have a lot of challenges, and these challenges I think still say the same, even though it's like 5 years or more after the end of the decade. We continue to need more work to ensure full policy coherence between the education sector and the sustainable development sector. That goes to the point I was making about patchiness. And then ESD is not integrated coherently across relevant sectoral and subsectoral policies. So we also need policy system innovation to deal with ESD. So I want to just leave you there and to say thank you very much, and to just leave with you with this little point, and to think about how we can work together as a region so that we can make the most of our collective capacity. Because if we want to move fast, we can go alone, but if we want to go far, we have to go together. That's an old, very well-known African proverb. So if we can think about how we can do this together across our countries and really strengthen ESD policy in Southern Africa, that's, I think, our challenge for the next few days. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hela. Thank you very much for that presentation showing us how the objectives and the other parts in the implementation of the SST program. My name is Charles Chikunda, and I'm working with Julia and Hela on this program. And as one of the coordinators of this program, we're so excited that the policy dialogue is finally happening. Let me double check. Can you hear me, William?
Yes, we can hear you, Charles.
Good. We are so excited that the policy dialogue is finally happening, and we've been working a lot in institutions of higher education, institutions, teacher education institutions, to try and transform things. And as Hela said, we've done a lot. And this is the time now that we want a reflection from our policymakers. We've heard from the director of ROSA how committed we are in terms of ESD. You've heard from SIDA, how committed SIDA is to ESD. And more importantly, I think we've heard from the minister from Botswana, the political commitment in terms of ESD. I would like to thank you very much for those words, encouraging words, how you're embracing ESD in your country. Now, in the next session, according to the program, we are now getting into a session which we have called ESD in National Policies. And we've carefully chosen 3 speakers from 3 countries in this session. These are high-level government officials who are sitting at a position where they see policy formulation, they also see policy implementation. So I want to hear how that nexus is happening and how that is providing a conducive environment for the SST program as well as for other ESD initiatives. So,
1 second, Charles, we have a hand up.
Okay, fine, go ahead.
Question? The hand, okay. Yeah. It's from K. Fur. I will allow him to speak now. Katenge, you can speak. Please unmute.
Trevor, maybe we can hold the dialogues for later.
Yes.
And
yes,
people may type in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
So I was just saying that we are now getting this session where we have people who high-level government officials who see policy formulation as well as policy implementation, as well as getting feedback from the ground and see how they can reflect and rethink policies if necessary. So in this session, which we have called ESD National Policies, we've got 3 speakers from 3 countries, Namibia, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. And to open this session, I'm calling upon Dr. Simalumba, Director of National Institute of Education and Development in Namibia. Dr. Simalumba, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Charles, for the opportunity. And all protocols as laid by the previous speakers. I'm now trying to load my presentations, okay. My name is Dr. Patrick Simalumba. As Charles has just indicated, and I'm a director for National Institute for Educational Development in Namibia, a directorate responsible for curriculum development. So I'll give a presentation which will build on the previous speakers. I'll look at regulatory framework for ESD in Namibia. I'll highlight on the policy on national environmental education and ESD policy, which was approved last year for Namibia. And then I'll touch on sector policy contribution to ESD according to the policy and the basic strategies for implementations. Then from there, I'll highlight on curriculum issues and ESD. Since in Namibia, we were just finishing the curriculum reform, and highlight how we strengthened ESD in the basic education curriculum, and also how this links to sustainable development goals, with practical examples from a few schools and a few subjects. So just to start, ESD in Namibia, or EE, why do we use ESD or EE both in our policy? I think it's something which has to be debated. For those who participated in SADC RIP from early 2000s may understand how we transitioned in Southern Africa from EE to ESD. So the emphasis on the first one is environment, and then ESD is education. So regulatory framework in Namibia, the constitution is bold and clear, which was crafted in 1990 upon the attainment of independence, where the emphasis is on the maintenance of ecosystems, biological diversities, benefiting all present and future. So you can see that was crafted in 1990, but it is still relevant even today. And all the international conferences, especially those where we participated upon independence as a country, we are abiding to such international instruments or conventions. And the policy itself, as I said, now it's in place. We are very happy. It will guide us and will make sure that we are responsible whatever we do. SDG Goal 4, this one is more on education sector. SDG Goal 4, which touches on inclusive and equitable quality education and which promotes lifelong learning. And why it's so critical is that we all know education is a means and an enabler. So it touches on all other SDG goals if you emphasize more on education. We also revised an Education Act last year, which is also responding to what is expected in terms of ESD activities. And our curriculum framework for basic education was revised. And as Professor Hera has indicated, Agenda 2016, we are aligned to that. We do have another document called the Harambee Prosperity Plan, which was just approved in March, which has an emphasis on blue economy and the green economy as a way forward for Namibia in the coming 5 years, which is aligned to National Development Plan number 4 and the Vision 2030. So if you look at this EE and ESD policy in Namibia, the emphasis is more on management of resources in a sustainable way to benefit all Namibians. The emphasis is also, as I indicated, more on global, regional, and national objectives, which should be promoted and mainstreamed in all the programs. This policy is for all ministries, all sectors, governmental and non-governmental, local authorities, and all. They are all catered for. And it emphasizes more also on institutional and human capacities, the issue of leadership, the issue of expertise from different sectors pulling together in order to ensure commitment to SDGs and other global conventions. And the issue of network and collaboration when it comes to ESD and EE is critical if we all have to share the best practices and learn from each other. So what I'm showing here on this slide is sectors within Namibia. And on the right side, a number of laws and policies and the ministries responsible. If you check, for example, on environment, we have got almost 8 number of laws and policies. For example, for the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, Mines and Energy, local government and rural development. So we do have all these in our policies to indicate to the users of the policy that if you are dealing with energy, which policies and the laws should help to guide us. When we are talking about climate change, which policies and laws should guide us in Namibia as a nation state? So all those, they are in the policies. But then when we look at implementation strategies within the policy itself, the basics, we emphasize more on responsible citizenship action. Action, action, action. It's very important, rather than just knowledge. The issue of lobbying, advocating for what we believe in, for the health of the environment and our own future, it's more also emphasized, including the curriculum development, as I indicated earlier. It's very important, since basic education, if we can be able to mold these learners at early stage so that they change their mindsets, their way of doing things, then we will be assured of a future generation which will be taking care of the environment and the resources for our grandchildren to come. The issue of research and innovation is more emphasized in this policy. Then if we look at the basic principles we believe in ESD, I think these are across nations, especially in Southern Africa, where we worked together during the period of study creep in other programs. You know, values, the issue of values, it's very, very important. Without change in values, there will always be a problem. Knowledge enough is not sufficient. And it should be education for all, from pre-primary up to adult education, lifelong learning. And we have to change our own lifestyles if we have to move forward as far as ESD initiatives is concerned. Just like in other countries in SADC, institutions of higher learning, especially teacher training institutions such as the University of Namibia, International University of Management, are really on the forefront also to integrate ESD issues in their teacher training, to make sure that those teachers who are graduating do have some competencies and knowledge as far as ESD is concerned. And they are also involved in supporting schools as models. So this picture just shows us that the future is upon us. The future of humanity, the future of the environment is upon us. And the world is at risk. But then if we move to basic education, curriculum and ESD, the highlighted issues were already indicated by Professor Hayler. And change in the way we teach, the way we did things in the past is expected. Transformative way of teaching is recommended, and learners has to be active. And we believe, as far as curriculum development is concerned, that ESD issues is not just for one subject in the school system, but rather for all. Because here we need to develop a child in a holistic way. All aspects of a child should be developed. That's why the issue of values, it's very important. The issue of teaching learners to train them how to be critical thinkers, how to be creative enough. It's very important. How do we transform them in our teaching? Should be an emphasis to deconstruct the taken for granted mindsets so that they can think in new ways how to address issues. It's actually very important. Just to take you from historical perspective, where did we start Many of you will agree with me that in early 2000, not even 2000, I think 1990, late 1990 something, we changed our view of the environment from only focusing on the biophysical or the nature aspect to include the four main aspects is contributing. This was now a transition towards ESD. This is where I indicated that in Southern Africa at that time, during the time of Sadiq rape, we came to consider the importance of the four pillars: the political, the economic, the social, and the biophysical. This is where political leadership is needed. Decisions, how do you make decisions? What impacts do policies have? Those in power, how will they contribute either towards negative aspects or positive aspects? How do we live as human beings on a social level? So all those needs to be considered. So that was a historical aspect, how we started with EE. And this other diagram, I think we are all aware. When we work on the curriculum, all the three has to be considered. Learning through, which is an action aspect. The heart picture, which has to do with values, attitudes, and commitments for the environment, plus the importance of the knowledge with understanding, the about, which is the foundation in order to think critically. So such kind of frameworks are important whenever we design the learning programs and learning support materials. In our curriculum frameworks, the aims are clear: a caring society, a democratic, environmental sustainable. That's what we aim for in our education system in Namibia. So they are all interlinked to one another. And then, what did we do as a nation during the just ended curriculum reform for basic education? What we have done, we have introduced pre-primary. Pre-primary was not part of basic education. It was just, something private by the churches and whatsoever. But we thought stronger foundations are needed there. Aspects and issues environment related to the local environment starts there. Even ECD before pre, in our own structure of education. Then we strengthened entrepreneurship and life skills in the education system during the reform process. Make sure that learners, whenever they graduate from the senior secondary system, they do have required competencies for life. And we reintroduced pre-vocational technical subjects such as woodwork, metalwork, motor mechanic, hospitalities, health and social welfare, in addition to those which were already there, such as agriculture, computer science, because there was a call for practical skills for these learners to lay a foundation to TVET system. This is a pre to TVET. And even if they don't go there, they should have skills to do something for their own life.
So Doctor, can you wrap up,
and
please?
Another aspect we strengthened
Dr.
is an issue of inclusivity, inclusive education. We introduced during the reform process a policy on inclusive education, plus what we call basic pre-vocational skills course. This one is more designed for learners with special needs, so that all learners are taken on board because they need practical skills also to work as assistants when they finish their secondary schools. although they do have special needs. We do have subjects such as environmental awareness, work orientation, daily living skills, woodwork, plumbing. And the good thing with the curriculum for these special needs people is that the emphasis is more on reusing, recycling, designing things on recycled materials.
Dr. Spalumba, 1 minute.
Yes.
To you. 1 minute. Thank
Okay,
you.
good. Okay, those are just subjects. And then we emphasize on whole school approach to school. And there is just to show one of an initiative in one school, orchards, as part of ESD activity at the school level. This one is showing hydroponic gardening at one school this year, just to improve on their national school feeding program. This one is showing how learners are trained the skills for designing and creativity through arts at one school. It was 2 weeks ago. And this one is to show how active value methods can be used in order to train learners on critical thinking. And this one is just to show how it's important for teamwork to solve common problems rather than individuals. This is an example of a special school, also an example of pre-vocational class in basic education. Another one, motor mechanic and bricklaying, the policies, just connection with the local producers to support national school feeding programs as part of ESD on local level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. I'm sorry I had to cut you short, but thank you very much for that informative presentation. And thank you very much for sharing the enabling policy framework in Namibia. I want to also emphasize to the House that Namibia is so far the only country in the region with a standalone ESD policy. When we moved around countries in our national workshops, that gap was identified in almost every country. To say participants, teacher educators and TVET educators were saying, we know that we should integrate ESD, but sometimes we find it a bit difficult because we don't have that enabling policy formulation in terms of ESD policy. So thank you very much for sharing that. And thank you so much for sharing what is happening in your schools. Again, we greatly appreciate that. Let's now move on to the next speaker. We'll open for questions at the end of the session. Let's move on to the next speaker from South Africa, the Director of Teacher Education in the Department of Higher Education and Training, Ms. Michelle Mati, who is going to share a presentation on minimum ESD in teacher education, in teacher training programs. So Michelle, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the organizers of the policy dialogue, as well as all the participants. I want to also say that in my government capacity, all protocols are observed. Could you please let me know if you can see my presentation?
We can see it.
Yes, Michelle.
Thank you very much. The outline of the presentation is going to be based on a statement that I've put in around UNESCO working with education and sustainable development government partners to ensure that the education for sustainable development is integrated at policy and at practice levels. And I think for me that captures quite succinctly both the achievements that we have undertaken or achieved in South Africa, but also the challenges that we currently have as we're moving forward, trying to ensure that education for sustainable development is not just left at policy level, but that it goes into the practice level across the system. So there are 6 aspects that I would like to speak about, but very quickly on a very limited number of slides. Prof. Haile spoke about the goals of quality teacher education, and that quality teacher education, if it is to be quality, must ensure that environmental and sustainable education as part of the program. I'll also look at selected drivers at different levels that we have that influence the inclusion of education for sustainable development in South African teacher education programs. And then a quick look at a couple of the policies and their guiding statements. Also want to look at our policies, teacher education policies across preschooling and post-schooling, as well as for early childhood development in response to Prof. Ike's comment, as well as to TVET lecturers and adult and community education and training lecturers, and what the policy says specifically about environmental sustainability, as it calls it. Also to look at the concepts of education for sustainable development. In my interactions with different stakeholders and some of the reading I've done, it seems as though there isn't a clear understanding across universities about what that means and how they would then integrate that into their curricula, and in fact, whether they even have the time. And so that would then go on to the perceptions of teacher and lecturer knowledge and skills in the teaching of education for sustainable development. I pull that one out of the policy dialogue for South Africa that was generated after June last year. The vision for teacher education in the departments of higher education and training in South Africa, and this is across all the sectors that I've just mentioned earlier, is that we have 3 quality goals. I'm not going to look at the first 2, but I would like to look at the third one, which is the one which is topical for today's national dialogue in terms of the, policy dialogue, in terms of how it is that we introduce or that we ensure education for sustainability is included in our programs. So the goal talks to a full range of high quality teacher education programs that are in place. In other words, the policy is there. The universities have developed the programs for teacher education in compliance with the policy. The programs are approved by CHE, our Council of Higher Education, and then they delivered in a manner that produces teachers who are able to function effectively as new teachers in South African contexts. And in order for them to function effectively, I believe that we would need to further explicate what that means. It's not just about the curriculum that has been included, that has been developed as per current. It's also about ensuring that education for environmental sustainability is part of those programs. And that is the challenge for us going forward now in terms of policy. I won't read the last parts around functions in terms of policies and programs. I'm sure that you've been able to see that already. There are a number of drivers that influence our teacher and lecturer education qualification policies with respect to education for sustainable development. And I like the term that Kani has used to explain this. He calls it polyscapes. And I know that Prof. Haile also indicates that we have quite a strength in the global and in the regional arena when it comes to education for sustainability. But when it comes to the national level, which is the last one, then we have some challenges in terms of ensuring our policy is responsive, and then beyond that, to ensure that it actually gets into practice in the different universities. You can see the list of documents, the policies, the frameworks that I've indicated, just some of them. the Sustainable Development Goals and the capacity building program for teacher educators, as you've seen, at the global level, which then informs us at the regional level. And I've looked at the agenda for 2063 and the CTESA, as well as the SADC regional strat development plans. When it comes through to mediating from the global to the regional and then to the national level, South Africa's national level, we see resonances in our 1995 white paper on education and training, in our National Development Plan to 2030, into our medium-term strategic framework, and even within our higher education qualifications framework. But more importantly, what we hope that we are doing, and I say that a bit hesitantly, is that we are responsive to national imperatives. We've done that in terms of a range of other areas, such as special education, the new subjects coming up in education now in terms of the fourth industrial revolution, in terms of strengthening of African languages, etc. And in this particular case, the imperative is around education for sustainability. I thought, oh, there it is. I would like to just share with you from our South African Constitution. Not only is it the supreme law in our land, and all other courts have to abide by the Supreme Court, which utilizes the Constitution to interpret law, but the Bill of Rights is particularly invaluable, is compulsory for us in order to live a life that is aligned to the Constitution. And Section 24 talks about the environment, says that everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or their well-being. And then secondly, to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures that prevent pollution and ecological degradation, that promote conservation, and that secure ecologically sustainable development and the use of natural resources while still promoting justifiable economic and social development. I'm very cognizant of earlier speakers who spoke about the way in which we look at education unilaterally, still looking only at the human capital and the economy. But now in today's society, we need to look far beyond that, and particularly in terms of transformation. And I think our Constitution and the Bill of Rights by proxy is based on transformation and social justice. And so this particular section is very important for us at national level and should be at systemic level as well, and should be part of teacher education as well. So with regards to the policy mediation, and I've mentioned the different policies of different frameworks, you've heard how strong we are in terms of responses to the global and the regional policies, etc. But I'm taking something from an article I read a while ago. I can't remember exactly, but it basically states that the regional policy agendas serve to mediate and reinterpret the global policy in relation to regional interests and priorities, which are then mediated and reinterpreted at a national level. So this talks to that policy and then praxis debate, but Ball spoke about policy that will therefore be understood as a series of socially constructed enactments that span text and practice. So if it's socially constructed, it means that a society with people from different philosophies and backgrounds, and probably our stakeholders across all the sectors in our system, would look at that and in terms of their own social construction would then interpret what is the regional policy into the national. And that is what draws attention to the gap between policy intentions on the one hand and what actually goes on at the level of practice on the other hand. Regarding the policies that we have in teacher education, we do have 4 of them currently. The minimum requirements for teacher education qualifications is for schooling. It's currently undergoing review, which means it's an opportune stage now for me to actually ensure that we have what we want to put into the policy around environmental sustainability or education for sustainability, and make it a little more explicit. And I'll show you what I mean when I look into the policy itself and how little credit is given to a learning area called situational learning. And then we have a policy for early childhood development qualifications, which was just gazetted in 2017. We have a policy for professional lecturer qualifications in TVET, as well as in the adult and community education and training sector. And in each of those policies, under one of the 5 learning areas, which this one is called situational learning, it guides universities in terms of how to include certain things, which we then say falls under the umbrella of situational learning. And that would refer specifically to learning about context. In other words, it includes an understanding of the complex and differentiated nature of the South African society. It talks to learning to work in nuanced ways in confronting the diverse challenges faced by children in schools and the communities they serve. For example, HIV and AIDS. It talks to poverty and the lingering effects of apartheid. It talks to dealing with diversity, to promoting inclusivity, and then I've put it in bold, and then it just says, and environmental sustainability. So on the one hand, and to be quite honest, I'm saying that we do have a reference to environmental sustainability in our policy under a learning area called situation learning, and the universities are bound to have a look at this and decide how it is they would include that in the programs that they send to us for accreditation. But if we look at the Bachelor of Education program, which is an initial teacher education qualification, it covers 480 credits in our policy, and the program is over 4 years. And part of the policy to guide the universities in terms of the weighting of different knowledge areas, the one that I want you to look at particularly is where we indicate that at least 40% of the 480 credits, and I think that amounts to about 192 credits, over the 4 years must be allocated to 4 of the 5 learning areas. So not to situational learning, but including the ones that I've listed, 1, 2, and 3. And those are very important parts of teacher education. So what we would find then is that, and that is what I would posit to take forward as well, is to understand across the universities the extent to which credits are allocated to situational learning, which in our policy encompasses environmental sustainability. Because, colleagues, you must understand that in South Africa, the universities have the autonomy to develop their curriculum as they wish, as they see fit, as long as that program is designed in compliance with our policy on requirements for the qualifications. I'm not sure, Prof. Heike, to what extent your work has gone into this kind of scoping of what each of the universities has included under situational learning. But I must state that in my experience thus far, the situational learning credits are not very heavily weighted, which means that environmental sustainability, which is just one fraction of situational learning, I'm not sure how much value that is given in that particular program, in that particular learning area as well. So what's happening in South Africa outside of teacher education? There are a range of things that are happening outside of teacher education. But, you know, I must admit that personally speaking, these only became evident to me when I was preparing for the presentation. And I'm sure there are a range of other things. I've just mentioned the 6 that I picked up. And I realized that while I knew about the National Development Plan, but I didn't go into the issue of environmental sustainability and resilience. That's the last bullet. And I realized that we are all working together towards very similar things, working along the same kind of theme and the same national priority, but working in different ways. And I really do believe that systemic collaboration is necessary. To what extent do the other stakeholders in the system, are they aware of what is being done in teacher education? Education is primary towards the development of a country. And so if we are not working towards establishing environmental sustainability in education, that is leaving out a very crucial part of our national plans for development and a successful South Africa. The issue about the definition, the concept of education for sustainability, Leclerc calls it the floating signifier. That too is causing some concern for me. We just mention environmental sustainability, just those 2 words in our policy. But sustainability could mean different things to different people, and you can read these at your leisure when you get the slides. So some of it is around making sure that we don't compromise future generations in terms of their needs, making sure that we safeguard environmental and social and economic well-being. And people say, well, what about sustainability of our culture? Would it be outside of the economic constructs of sustainability in education or sustainability in the country? So what about indigenous knowledge systems? What about social justice? And Prof. Harker gave a very succinct and useful explanation of what it means, education for sustainability. So if with your permission, Prof, I'll be using that when we take forward this particular priority in education. So finally then, the challenges and the suggestions to resolve these. After having had a look at our policy again, I realized that there are a number of things we would need to tighten it up. And fortunately, as I said, we are in the process of reviewing. It's going to take about another year before we gazette that. But I also had a look at some comments in last year's policy dialogue, and I think it might be in relation to the teacher training, perhaps maybe the change projects, I don't know, but the SST. The concern was that some academics are unaware of the critical linkages between education and sustainable development. So these are lecturers at teacher education institutions. That some of the lecturers are saying it's difficult to integrate into the curriculum because the curriculum is so jam-packed. There is no space for additional interests or innovations. And also, what about the content knowledge? You know, we haven't been trained in this. And the third thing is that the challenge is that universities do have autonomy to decide on the content of the programs. So how do we then move forward to try to work on this? And I've posited a number of suggestions, and I'm hoping that Rhodes University, as well as the other 8 universities that Prof. Harker is working with, that we could meet and discuss how we can collaborate across the teacher education sector. So can we work with Rhodes University to gain advocacy and to offer training to the other universities that are not part of your program? We have a national open learning system, and I was pleased, Prof, when you indicated the 2 websites where one could go to in order to retrieve open learning resources. We also have a national open learning system at DHET, and we are hosting a range of materials to strengthen teacher and lecturer education across all the universities and across those 4 sectors. So we could take discussion on whether it's feasible to also host your material on that system. We need to look at supporting integration into existing Bachelor of Education programs that you are not working with currently, the Rhodes University team. Also, thought that we could give consideration to support students who might want to undertake postgraduate studies in environmental sustainability. And I'm saying that without any knowledge of whether there is such a program currently in place. Another consideration that I'm taking forward is to discuss with my colleagues in the review of whether we can identify the SST program in Mr. Tech as an example of a program that deals with environmental sustainability and environmental education. And then, of course, I really would like to increase advocacy of all the amazing work that is being done in South Africa. So how can we assist to increase that advocacy? Can we assist you by, or can we work together to hold a webinar on this if it hasn't been done yet? And also for Prof. Heike to please think about coming along to the Education Deans Forum Committee, I think it's next month, and then giving an update on all the invaluable work that you and your team have undertaken in this area in teacher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you very much for that brilliant presentation, highlighting the policy framework in South Africa, as well as, I like the policy and practice level, ESD at policy and practice level, very informative, and also for sharing the gaps that exist in the system. And I think the quality goal and the drivers influencing teachers and lecturers' education qualification, that's very important to have in a country. Also policies and guiding statements. So when people are coming up with their own curricula, these policies and guiding statements. Thank you so much for that informative presentation. We don't have much time left for this section. Let me move straight to the last speaker in this session, who is coming from Zimbabwe, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Higher Education, Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology Development, Professor Fano Tagwira. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by recognizing the Swedish ambassador to Zimbabwe, Her Excellency Ms. Asa Persson, the Minister of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology in Botswana, Honorable Dr. Douglas Lesolatebe, and the Director and Representative for UNESCO, Professor Hubert Gijssen, distinguished colleagues. It's a joy for me to be here to share some ideas with you at this very important policy dialogue on sustainability. Starts with teachers, which is a capacity building program for teacher educators on education for sustainable development and policymakers. In my former life as a Vice Chancellor, I worked very hard at my institution to mainstream sustainable development issues in all the curriculum. I believe if we teach our young people, we can change the world. Allow me to start by thanking the Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA, and UNESCO for supporting the program on sustainability begins with teachers capacity building program for teacher educators. Let me apologize for challenges with loading my presentation. Maybe sometime during my presentation, it will come up. We are trying to deal with a few challenges on that. The goal of the program is to strengthen implementation of education for sustainable development in teacher education institutions for early childhood development, primary and secondary and technical and vocational education and training levels. This goal, among others, is achieved by engaging policymakers and educational leaders in order to integrate ESD into policies and the education program for teachers. I think the approach that we have taken is the right one for the region, where we have brought together 6 countries, which ultimately we know will grow to 11 on the very issue of cross-fertilization of ideas on ESD. As a result, we will ultimately benefit as a region. The need for change in our education system is very clear for all to see. We cannot continue the way we have been going for a long time. We need to change. We need to ensure that we embrace sustainable education, sustainable development in our education system, so that we are able to preserve our current environment. SDG 4, target 4.7, states that member states should ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and culture's contribution to sustainable development. In this regard, the education system in Zimbabwe has been transformed into competence-based education, which is hinged on heritage-based philosophy. We are basically saying through heritage-based education, we are saying look around at all the natural resources that God has endowed us with, and let us ensure that we use them for our development, but preserving those natural resources. This philosophy facilitates learners to advance and master skills and competencies for socio-economic development. Our Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education commenced the implementation of competence-based curriculum framework in 2015. This framework would guide the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal number 4 in ways that can support the integration of education for sustainable development in our teacher education programs. For competence-based education to succeed, we realize that there has to be a complementary teacher education development system to churn out suitably qualified teachers who can impart knowledge, skills, and attitudes. And as Zimbabwe, we have been going through the process of reorienting our teacher education, re-improving the curriculum of our teacher education, ensuring that the teacher education includes things like Ubuntu, sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. Our Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science, and Technology Development is currently ensuring that the teacher education curriculum is harmonized with the basic education curriculum. For some time, there was not this harmony between the two, but we are working to ensure that there is harmony and that what is taught at the teacher in the teacher education curriculum is what they are going to be teaching when they go to teach in the schools. The teacher education colleges have been engaging with our Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education to ensure that they can clearly understand the new trajectory of basic education in order to smoothly review their own curriculum. So that process has been happening and has been taking place. Our teacher education colleges have been trained on how to implement competence-based education. The emerging issues in education, like education for sustainable development, climate change, and disaster risk management, are all being infused into the teacher education curricula. The Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology Development has also engaged with UNICEF to ensure that teacher education colleges are equipped with the right technical know-how to ensure that there is quality in the programs that they produce. And we feel this is very important. An all-stakeholder workshop actually will soon be held to review progress in the integration of emerging issues and the resolve of any challenges that may be faced. Because the country is currently in the process of transforming education to heritage-based education 5.0 thrust, the ministry is ensuring that all the education curricula contains what we call minimum bodies of knowledge and skills. In other words, all the new curricula that is produced must contain what we call minimum bodies of knowledge. That means we say a person who is going to be sitting under the school which will be teaching this curriculum, what are the things that they need to know? And we ensure that all that is included in that curriculum. And so education for sustainable development is a part of the bodies of knowledge that that curriculum is supposed to have, and we are ensuring that this actually happens. This approach of involving teacher educators, policymakers, and teachers is inclusive, and no learner is left behind or disadvantaged, because the key stakeholders, who are the learners, acquire desired knowledge and skills that are critical for their social and economic development and sustainability. However, competence-based education has to be carefully monitored in order to ensure quality and to address the needs of learners and the society at large in view of changes that take place in their environments. And so the issue of quality is very critical as far as we are concerned. The teacher education and school systems are interconnected to such an extent that when there is a curriculum review in Zimbabwe, in the school system, we also make sure that the teacher education curriculum is simultaneously and immediately reviewed also, so that there are no gaps. And this is why when we move to competence-based education, we make sure that the teacher education program is also being transformed to make sure that there is no mismatch. So our two ministries of education, that's the one for basic education and the one for higher education, have embarked on that harmonization of teacher education curriculum with the competence-based curriculum. The aim of this national exercise is to align and integrate school and teacher education so that the two curricula speak to each other. This provides a definite opportunity for the sustainability starts with teacher programs to support teachers to introduce and strengthen education for sustainable development, knowledge, values, and competencies in the classroom. When I mentioned that we are moving towards Education 5.0, what exactly did I mean? What we mean is that in the higher education sector, we are saying that all our education must focus and must include, apart from teaching, research, and community service, the elements of innovation and industrialization. When we talk about industrialization, we are talking here about entrepreneurship and ability to ensure that people can create opportunities for themselves. This provides space and opportunity for education for sustainable development integration into the teacher education through also the Education 5.0 program that we have started. What is important is to regularly benchmark our education system against the knowledge and skills needs of our respective institutions, our respective teachers, and even our respective countries. It is the state of the economy that determines the nature of the competence-based education that is required. What skills and competencies are required by the current economy must dictate to us what skills and competencies our education system must have. This question is important because it guides and ensures that products of the education system will sustainably contribute to the needs of our economies. Some of the advantages of our competence-based education in Zimbabwe are the development of concrete skills, address what learners are expected to do. Learners gain skills required by competence, by commerce and industry. Theory is integrated with skills practice. It also prepares learners for life and work values, attitudes, and beliefs. It encourages regular decision-making regarding curriculum and pedagogy. The list, of course, is long, as you can see, but ultimately, what we are saying is that this competence-based education we have found is very important for Zimbabwe because it will help us to prepare young people with an education that helps them and gives them analytical skills, practical skills, and also enable them to apply their education. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, in conclusion, allow me to just say, let us bear in mind that education facilitates socio-economic development of any society. In this regard, as educators and policymakers, we need to be proactive in order to keep up with development trends and also to influence the nature of future development. So that development should not be short-sighted, but should focus on the present needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs and have comfortable lives. This is my presentation. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you very much for those enlightening words. And thank you so much for sharing the commitment of the Zimbabwean government to ESD and to SDGs, and for the elaboration on what we call heritage-based education, well elaborated, and for telling us that there's a reorientation of teacher education in trying to harmonize it with the basic education and the competence-based curriculum basic education. And for also highlighting the minimum bodies of knowledge that are there to guide teacher education development. I want to thank you very much for those words. Lastly, I want to thank all the three speakers in this session. Let me now open for questions. So I'm giving, maybe Priven can help me here, and William, 3 to 4 minutes for question and answers from the plenary. Priven and William, can you please help me with checking hands up as well as checking on the chat if there are questions?
Yes, Chair. We are checking, there's no hands up. There was a question from Laurie Coogan on the question and answers. If you can read that, and then Prof. Hela also answered it.
The question was answered?
Yes, but it's
okay.
A very interesting question. Maybe we can...
yes, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. Laurie Cook says, my concern is the maximum 1.5 up to 2 degrees Celsius temperature increase goal from the Paris Agreement. We've had a 1.5 degrees increase already in Johannesburg since 1981. You mentioned temperatures which are way higher. Please elaborate on the implication. And Prof. Hela replied, hi Laurie, the best would be to look at the DEFF's recent third national communication on climate change, which is the national report to the UNFCCC. It has a detailed overview of the implications of the climate change situation in South Africa. And Prof. Hela has put a link to that resource in the question and answers for everybody if you want to go to it. Thank you.
Evan, maybe I can just quickly comment there. I think that, thank you very much to all of the speakers. It was such an interesting combination. And the question that Laurie asked, I think is so important in a way, because our governments are reporting very regularly actually to the UNFCCC on what is actually occurring in the countries in response to climate change. And one of the things that we found in the last round of reporting to the UNFCCC here in South Africa was that previously education was almost missing from those reports. Now, these are very important reports because they're the government's commitment to how it's responding to climate change and the related issues. So similarly, the governments also report on the biodiversity conventions and on many of their other commitments. And most often education is not well represented.
So it means we have to put it in the chat.
In those reports. So what we managed to do last time was to improve the quality of the education reporting in the UNFCCC, and it's actually one of the most useful reports on the status of ESD in South Africa is sitting inside that report to the UNFCCC. But it's not similarly reflected in our education sector reports, as Michelle was also pointing out, you see. So I think this is one of the big challenges with ESD policy is the intersectoral connections around the role of education as it contributes to the achievement of the different SDGs, and then also for SDG 4.7. And there's a double job that always needs to be done, one inside the education sector, and then one connected to the other sectors, climate change, biodiversity, water, etc., etc. And of course, our teacher educators need to be able to reach across also those sectors as they gather knowledge and approaches to alert the next generation of teachers. How do you teach about water? You can't teach about it in a very narrow way anymore. So thanks for that question, Laurie. I think it raised that very important issue just to raise here into the policy forum as well.
Thank you so much, Hela. There's another one in the question and answer session from Jive Lubungu. What challenges is Namibia universities encountered in implementing ESD through curriculum review? I think this one is directly directed to Dr. Slimumba. What challenges has Namibia universities encountered in implementing ESD through curriculum reviews? Doctor, are you with us?
Yes.
Please.
Yeah, I'll just highlight on it, just from my experience working with the university, although I'm not working directly with the university. I think the most challenges is how to demystify the belief that ESD is an additional kind of work or additional content on the existing curriculum. It's one of them. And also the issue of how do you teach and assess values, especially for young teachers, those who are trained to become teachers, who are more believing in examination-driven education systems or curriculums. Those are part of the challenges, I think, as far as teacher training, the institutions are finding. out in the issue of transformative leadership of institutions or schools or communities, which has to be tackled if you have to address ESD. Those are some of, the challenges which teacher education trainers are really facing in short. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you so much. I hope this is the last one. We are really behind time. I'll read it. It says, there seem to be a gap. From the presentations, I seem to see a gap arising from lack of systemic coordination and coherence in the implementation of ESD initiatives. I also seem to see a lack of coordination among universities in ensuring embracing ESD in teacher education curricula. Can the plenary presenters comment on this? From our presenters who would want to comment on that systemic gap that is being observable in terms of implementation of ESD initiatives. This is from Million Chauraya.
So it says Michelle Matai would like to answer this live.
Yes, Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Churaya, for the question. I think from my presentation, yes, definitely, and Prof. Hala also mentioned this, that we need to have systemic coordination, but also intersectoral coordination. And that is what our challenge is now, is for us to work towards extending the work, the strategic work that Prof. Hala and her team have done so far, which is coordinated and which has coherence, but extending that into other universities that are not participating in that work on ESD. And that's basically where we're sitting now. And I did present those challenges as well as some suggested ways forward that we will undertake in South Africa. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Michelle. We will share all the presentations with all the people in the room. So the challenges have been raised as well in some of the presentations. Thank you so much for that. Preven, do we still have any hand up? I want to quickly wrap up because we're 20 minutes behind time and we're going to compromise on our break. Any?
No further hands up, Chair, but there are interesting discussions in the chat. People can please read them in their own time.
Okay, thank you so much. So thank you so much, colleagues, for this session. And Preven, I'm handing back to you because the next session is group work. We'll be getting into separate rooms.
Charles.
Yes, Julia?
Yeah, just to say that it's not exactly group work, but we are going in two groups because we are now, after having had this very interesting context of how ESD policies are developed in the example of the 3 countries, we are now diving into the project itself, into the so-called change projects. That's the heart of the Sustainability Starts with Teacher program. And since we have so many nice change projects to share, we will divide you into 2 groups. And I'm just telling you which countries going group 1 and which one going group 2. And then I hand over to you, Preven, for the technical explanation, if that's okay.
Perfect.
2 groups. Group number 1 has all participants from Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Namibia, as well as participants from Tanzania, should please go into group 1. We would also ask Professor Shumba to go to group 1, and then Sirka, who is the moderator. And Sirka, please keep the time. Hela is also putting it in the chat. That's very useful. Thanks. Group number 2 is Zambia, South Africa, and Lesotho. And then also colleagues from Eswatini and Malawi should go into group 2, joined by Priska Simonkonda, and then also Sintle will be moderating the presentations in the group. And again, she should please watch the time. And now I'm handing over to Preven for the more technical explanation. Thanks.
Thank you, Julia. Yes, so we have some time since we have gone over time. I'm just wondering what time are we getting back? for the break?
I think we basically have deprived you of a break. It's going to take us a little bit of time to get you into the groups. And if it's okay, we are coming back into the plenary at 12:20.
Okay, so we'll go straight there. We won't have the break now. So I can put okay.
We apologize
Yeah,
for that, but they're very
we'll stretch as we move into groups.
Okay, great. Then attendees and panelists, please in the chat now you will see a live link. That's to go to stream 2. And as you can see on the program, stream 2, it's a different Zoom account. Group 2 link is above. Once you click on that link, you will be signed out of this room and you will go into a separate Zoom account for the duration of the session, which is ending at 12:15. Are we still ending at 12:15, Chair?
Yeah, we said 20:12 to give it a bit more time. 20:12.
Okay, great. 20:12. If anybody gets lost in translation or in between, you can see here in this main group, we will leave this up for a while. It's also on the website. Please remember the passcode is welcome and there's an exclamation mark at the end of welcome if you which is not captured on the website. So apologies for that. However, if you just click on this link now in the chat, it'll take you directly to the group. So maybe please ask all group 2, which is Zambia, South Africa, Lesotho, Eswatini, Malawi, to use the link to go to Zoom room 2. And at 12:20, please come back to group 1. I will be in group 2 and I'll put another link for us to come back. So group 1, if you will just wait here for us till we all arrive back at 12:20. Thank you, everyone. I hope that's all clear. Are there any questions?
Revan, group 1 stays in this group, so you don't have to go anywhere.
Yes, group
so
1
it's
stays.
Only group 2 that needs to go out and then go into the other Zoom room, for 2 different Zoom rooms.
So if you hover your mouse over the blue underline Zoom link, a hand will come up and you just click on that and it should take you straight to the Zoom room. If one click doesn't work, try double clicking. Okay, everyone, we'll see you back at 12:20. Okay, Chair and panelists, it looks like there are 42 people currently in stream 2. So it is working well.
Somebody has a hand up. Mrs. Lamini, I will allow you to ask you. Go ahead, Mrs. Lamini. Unmute and ask your question, please.
Hello.
Yes.
And my network was down when you announced them.
Say it again, please.
Please announce the groups again. My network was down when it was the groups were announced.
Okay, so the group you're currently in is group 1, And if you're from Eswatini, which I would guess with your name, you should go to
Yes.
the other group. So you should please click on the link in the chat.
Okay.
And write as a password "welcome" with an exclamation mark. That brings you
All
into
right. Thank you.
Another question from the University of Namibia. Go ahead.
Good morning, colleagues. I just want to find out, because I'm a little confused here. Are we still following this program that was sent to us initially yesterday?
Yes, we're just a little behind. You see the program now on the screen as well. We are going into these two parallel sessions where change projects are being presented.
So go to the link. You can stay in group 1 or you can go to.
All right. So it means then for
Namibia, you're in the right group.
we are in group 1, eh?
Yes.
Sorry?
Okay. Thank you.
No, there's no break. You just move
We're just waiting a couple of minutes until everybody's settled.
If Ruth is struggling, is it fine maybe if I could put it in the chat and then she can.
Do we have Sirka in the room?
Yes, I'm in the room, Julia.
Okay. And then I think Previn will upload the PowerPoints, and we hopefully have our 3 change project presenters with us as well. I'm taking
yes.
a last. Sorry,
Yes,
I'll
I can
take a last question from Mr. Kanda.
Okay, my network was also down. I could not.
So if you are from, what were the countries again? Sorry. If you are from Namibia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, or Tanzania, you're in the right group here.
Yes.
No one has got host rights this side.
You should be, because you logged in from the host. You should have logged in from that on Danielle's account. It should be you. You're not supposed to follow the link from there. Right?
That's fine. Let's see what we can do this side.
If you can log off and log in, that'll be best way.
Okay.
Great. Yes, I can start the PowerPoints now. So I'll share screen for Botswana. Will that be fine?
Yes, please, Previn. You may start
Okay,
sharing.
thank you. Sorry about the confusion.
Over to you, Sirka. Maybe you can present yourself, our moderator.
Hello.
Okay, thanks.
Taswika?
Thanks, Julia.
Hello.
Taswika, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, is it possible that I share the screen from the side?
Yes, please. You can go ahead and share from your side, Taswika. That'll be much better.
All right, thank you very much. Let me do it now.
Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. It's actually, what is it, still 11? Good morning, everyone. I'm Sirka from Namibia, the University of Namibia, and I will be moderating this session. Unfortunately, because of time, we are going to have less time than we have initially planned, because we were hoping that each presenter will have 20 minutes, 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. But now, because we have less than 50 minutes, each presenter will basically have 15 minutes, including questions or comments. So I will keep the time. And if I see that there are 2 minutes to your 15 minutes, then I will stop, or I will just alert you so that we are still within time, because we need to go back at 12:20 to the plenary. So I'm going to follow the program as it is. So the first presenter who I see have uploaded her presentation is Ms. Taswika from Botswana, the Selowe College of Education. And her change project is looking at the development of learning materials by early childhood education student teachers and pupils. So Ms. Taswika, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. like you have already introduced me, my name
Just a minute, Mr. Speaker, before you start, Maria, is your hand up or is it supposed to be down? Because I can see you have been raising your hand for quite some time. Maria Moate. Okay, I think she's muted. Sorry, Ms. Taswika, you can just start. I just see the hand had been up for a while, so I thought maybe she wanted to say something.
All right. Thank you very much. Like you said, my name is Taswika Kanasi from Seoul College of Education, and I'm a music lecturer, and I attended the Sustainability Start with Teachers in 2019. The project is development of learning materials by early childhood care and education student teachers and pupils. The context and the community of practice. When we started, we looked at this document, like my minister have already mentioned. We have the revised national policy on education for 1994, which emphasizes on the accessibility, equity, and quality education, and promotion of lifelong learning. In short, it looks at access and equity, that everybody should have better education in preparation for better life. We also have Vision 2036. We look at Pillar 2, which talks of the human and social development, where we have the development of human beings, and our change project, we found it fit that it will be addressing this pillar. And sustainable environment also, where we have the environment which is conducive for entrepreneurship. And we are saying in this vision, we are moving from a resource-based to a knowledge-based economy, and quality education will be ideal. We also have the education and training sector strategic plan of 2015 to 2020, which has the key areas as improving quality and relevant education, and also other key areas, equitable and access, just like the RP 1994. Because we did early childhood, we looked at the early childhood policy of 2001, which emphasizes on the holistic approach to developmental needs of a child, both health-wise and growth, and also in preparation for primary education. So all these policy documents, including the college strategic plan of access and equity, addresses the sustainable goal number 3 and the sustainable development goal number 4. So the community of practice, we had the in-country team people, as you see in there, we have early childhood student teachers together with the in-country training team, the local elderly people, some lecturers and college staff. The motivation. So we looked at what student teachers were capable of doing. And we were saying student teachers have challenges with creative lesson activities as far out by the practice and moderators and that. And upon investigation, learners alluded to the fact that it is due to lack of resources, which may impact negatively on the lesson delivery, which should benefit the child physically, socially, and effectively, like the policy is alluding to. And the Department of Early Childhood Care and Education does not have learning materials made by students on display. And then we said this lack of creativity and innovation. When we look at the picture on the right here, we can see a lot of physical materials, cardboard boxes, plastic bags, which endanger animals and the environment. Then we found it fit that we can use them to create learning resources. The objectives. We are with musical instruments and other learning sources with early childhood student teachers, training them how to create them so that they can do it with the learners in schools. As you can see, right on there, we have some shakers made from foam cups, and they are decorated because we're making for the young ones. To also engage local elderly people for their indigenous knowledge, because our village is rich with people knowledge in the material development. We also want learners to use their resources during school experience, in teaching practice, and even when they finish their training. And also engage the local school to cap the issue of lack of money to buy the resources. The picture, the big picture he shows, and in action making the resources. And then we have the activities. When we started, the first picture on the top there, we have a group called Bata Tikuluho, translated environmental lovers. This is the local elderly group, people giving a lecture or teaching our students how to make the resources out of the recycled materials, because that's their mandate. They take care of the environment. And below is the group picture with all those who attended, that is the community of practice. The other group that we engage, elderly women on the right top there, they play an instrument called marapo. Marapo means bones. They take the rib bones of cattle and put between their fingers to play and give melodious sound. And they were emphasizing on the issue of picking environmental materials and using them to teaching young. The picture below, when they were teaching the student, and students were learning how to play that. And the group is called Mahesa Khan. We also have another project that they made from the materials that they picked, which is the bunny from the tissue, from the toilet paper rolls, and also using the bottle tops and sweet covers to come up with that bunny to teach young ones. Apart from the early childhood department, we have the first and the second picture from agriculture. They took some bottles, 2-liter bottles, soft drink bottles, cut them, decorated them because it's for the young ones, and they planted some vegetables like the spinach and the rape. And this is to emphasize the inclusiveness, because there are those disability who not till to the ground, so they can still get engaged in planting vegetables. And also, if it does not have land, lack of land, the courtyard of the classrooms can be used in making the clothes. The second one, they were using the old tires in the poultry house, collecting chicken manure and sand and putting it in to plant. And then the third picture of craft design, they use piece of papers to make weaved baskets. We also have the picture below in the bottom row, the first picture there. This is from home economics, when they used remnant materials to cover their face. Science department also have this excretory system where they use the box, the color pencils, they use the different kind of wires, colors of wires to come up with the learning resource for kids. 2 pictures are from music department, where we have the leg rattles decorated. And also we have the tin, where we have the tin and the log, and made a 1-stringed instrument, traditional instrument called sahaba, to make sweet melodious sound. The outcome so far, we have realized that student teachers are now aware of environmental issues, even though it is not all of them, because we can see they can make materials from the recycled resources. As we see in the pictures, they collected the cereal boxes, the masks for young children. Bottom picture shows how they'll be using that. In relation to the materials they were making, they will syllabus, and there's a topic on social environment, for example, and all the materials that we made were related, and they will help in teaching the concept number 5 on social environment. And the other thing is that other departments, even though it is not all the departments in the college, but they are now aware of the Embrace ESD. Finally, our way forward is that we really want to engage the whole college community, and we believe it will be possible to do so in the ESD project. We want to visit the reception classes in the schools in the village, create artifacts with them so that they can start learning how to make projects at a younger age. We also want to engage all students from other faculties, all different subjects, to make artifacts related to their subject, so that as they go on teaching practice, as they finish their studies, they can use. We would continue collaborating with Baraka people and Mahetskan community groups for creating artifacts in local resources and other groups, because we have a lot of groups in the village who are doing great things as far as the environment is concerned. The other thing is we are in the process of developing an ESD. We have already come up with the mandate of what the committee will do. And since it is the time that the college is reviewing the committees, we have included that as a new committee, which will facilitate ESD activities in the college. We have a dream big project of developing an educational park to benefit the Serowe village schools and the community. In that park, we'll have all the different artifacts from different students, and schools will come or learners will come from different schools to learn about sustainable development. And this is funds permit. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Swika, for your presentation. Unfortunately, the voice was breaking, so we were kind of struggling to follow, but we were able to follow because of the PowerPoint and the slides. And I think the pictures were also a good illustration of what have happened. So before I call on the next presenter, I'm just going to briefly talk about what a change project is, and this is really just for the benefit of some of our participants who may not know what a change project is. So in short, a change project is an action-oriented project that teacher educators or TVET educators are supposed to undertake in their institutions as part of the Sustainability Starts with Teachers program. So what that really entails is that the teacher educators or the TVET educators were expected or tasked to go back to their own institutions and try to identify and understand the ESD practices or the ESD policies at faculty or at institution or at module level. It could even be a whole approach kind of project. And then once they have identified a gap or ESD gap within their institutions, then their responsibility was to come up with a community of practice and then come up with an idea or a project that is going to respond to the ESD gap that they've identified in their institution. So in this particular example of Botswana, the issue or the challenge here was that teacher educators had realized that student teachers were struggling to develop teaching materials using waste materials. And of course, they were trying to address the issue of teaching aids, but they were also trying to address the issue of waste. So they came up with a change project, which required them to use waste materials to develop teaching aids to be able to enhance and improve the quality of early childhood education. So that was just one of the examples of the change projects from the Sustainability Starts with Teachers. But in the last slide, Ms. Twaswika have then just spoken about the way forward. What are some of the things that they're trying to do? And the reason why that slide is there, it's because a change project, it's supposed to be an ongoing project. And the community of practice that is partaking in that change project, they are supposed to identify areas for potential scaling. So if they see the successes of the project, they must see how best to scale up and to improve on those areas where they see potential, which is why the Mr. Swika's colleagues are now identifying potential collaboration with other stakeholders, with community members, and also seeing a need for developing an ESD committee to be able to facilitate ESD activities within their teacher college. So I just thought I should give a brief background on the concept of change project so that our participants are not left behind. So once again, thank you so much, Ms. Taswika. Unfortunately, because we are now 4 minutes over your time, we are not going to give a chance for questions or comments. But if any participant have anything to say or to comment or a question, please feel free to put it in the chat, and then we can pick it up if we still have time before we go back to the plenary. So our next presenter is Ms. Mary from TVET Education in Harare Institute of Technology, Zimbabwe. And Ms. Mary's change project is looking at engineering as usual, from engineering as usual to engineering for sustainable development. So let's hear what TVET educators in Zimbabwe are doing. Ms. Mary, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ms. Sirika,
yes.
Let me share my screen from this side.
Yes, we are able to see the screen. Just make it a full screen because we can see it, but we are seeing it as a half screen.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm starting now. Engineers, problem solvers. They are people who apply knowledge and expertise to building projects that meet human needs and also protecting the environment while considering limitation imposed by practicality, regulation, safety, and cost. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Chukuru, and I'm a lecturer at Harare Institute of Technology in Zimbabwe. The title change project is Engineering for Sustainable Development. This project was prompted by the need to move from engineering as usual to engineering with sustainability in mind. As universities, we must lead by example and demonstrate the interconnectedness of departments in order to achieve sustainable development in everyday life. Having said that, my community of practice, that is the people I am working with in this project, are members from the 5 departments within the School of Engineering and Technology at Harare Institute of Technology. And the aim of the project is to encourage and educate staff members from higher institutions of learning to embrace sustainable development and sustainable development goals and make them a part of their accessible curriculum. So in order to achieve this aim, we are working with 3 objectives. The first objective is to include sustainable development as an accessible component of the curriculum. Of late, there is growing pressure on universities to teach engineering students engineering for sustainable development and the SDGs. The pressure is due to increasing outcry over what is now known as irrelevance of engineering education given to the students today. Employers, on their part, have expressed some kind of dissatisfaction over the lack of basic sustainable skills and sustainable work ethics among many university graduates. And this has led them to label the education currently provided by education system somewhat as irrelevant, which renders school leavers unemployable. So in order to address these issues, there is need for a curriculum review to cater for sustainability in engineering courses offered by universities and other institutions of higher learning. So as part of our action plan towards achieving this objective, we have gradually introduced sustainability through our students' projects. Thus, we can now assess for sustainability of the project. An example of what we have done is shown on the slides, where the tables show a marking guide for HIT 300 Part 3 individual projects. The first column titled Before is the marking guide and marks awarded for the project before sustainability was introduced. And the other column entitled After is the marking guide, which includes sustainability, which we are currently using. Initially, our marking guide was more oriented towards innovation and functionality of the project. We were more concerned in the novelty of the project. About what's new on the project that distinguishes it from other related. But after revising the marking guide, we are awarding marks for sustainability, both in literature reviewed and the project designed as shown in column number 2. Also, marks are now given for whether the project addresses any SDG effectively on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being vaguely addressed and 5 being well addressed. That being said, it is our hope that this will make our students appreciate the importance of sustainable engineering even after they graduate. Our second objective is to create synergies between institutions of higher learning, the industry, and community on sustainable development by directing the curriculum and students' projects towards engineering for sustainability. Because our students do not learn for life, but do not learn for school, but for life, it is of paramount importance that sustainability is ingrained in them through their courses. We should endeavor to produce graduates who are useful to the industry, but with the community in mind. So as part of realizing this objective, we are working to include sustainability in our courses. We wouldn't want to teach it as a standalone course because the timetables are loaded and also the impact of sustainability can be diluted if not taught for a particular course. So for sustainability, so far, sustainability has been included in advances in manufacturing processes, which is a part 4 course on nanotechnology. And the slides show the changes that have been done to the course outline. Because nanotechnology is fast becoming influential force in the world. And it is about products, processes, and applications which are expected to contribute significantly to environmental and climate protection by saving raw materials, energy, water, as well as reducing greenhouse gases and hazardous waste. But it can be a devastating weapon if we are not careful. Thus, students need to be taught about nanotechnology for sustainable development, which is now included in the 2020-2021 course outline, but was not in the 2019-2020 course outline. This means the students will appreciate that nanotechnology should be used sustainably. On the slides, They are projects that were done by students. The first slide is on water leak detection system on underground pipes, because access to clean water, sanitation and hygiene is a basic human right. Yet many people are still faced with daily challenges in accessing clean water because of pipe bursts. To address this problem, one of our students did a project that is to detect water leakages in underground pipes. These projects, if adopted by water providers, can help in detecting leakages before too much water is lost and before infrastructure is damaged, and thus ensuring that community will have less water cuts. SDG number 3 on good health and well-being and SDG number 6 on clean water and sanitation will be addressed with this project. Other projects done include design of a solar cooker, which will help in achieving SDG number 7 on affordable and clean energy. Another one was the design of a low-cost continuous glucose monitor, which can be purchased even by low-income earners, and it addresses SDG number 3 on good health and well-being. The slide also shows students on internship where they are given a company-related project by their industrial supervisors. These students were attached at a clay manufacturing company, at a clay tile manufacturing company, and they argued that clay tile production can lead to land degradation and ultimately threaten food security through the removal of fertile topsoil for tile production. They then came up with a proposal to make plastic roof tiles, which will reduce the amount of plastics in the environment, thus addressing SDG number 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure. Our third objective, which is the last objective, is to capacity build tertiary institutions on sustainable development so as to empower staff members to adopt a sustainable mindset and enable them to be cognizant of the SDGs and their relevance to the education, engineering and industry. Workshops and seminars will be held to educate staff members, students and captains of industry on engineering for sustainable development and its benefits. Funds permitting, workshops will be decentralized so that as many educators and industrialists as possible will be empowered on sustainable engineering. To also ensure a large coverage on capacity building, the community of practice are writing a paper on engineering for sustainability, which will be published soon and also circulated to all institutions of higher learning. Because if we are not careful as engineers and educators, future generations can suffer lack of what we are enjoying now. That means we would have failed to uphold the principle of intergenerational equity, which states that, open quote, we don't own the earth, we hold it in trust for our children, close quote. So we need to think and act sustainably as engineers and lead by example. And the time to do that is now, because tomorrow will never come. Engineering for sustainability in higher institutions of learning is not an event. It's not something that we say we have done it so we are good, but a process which requires a series of actions. And as Zarara Institute of Technology, we will continue to do engineering courses, but with sustainability in mind. It is our hope that this concept is adopted by institutions of higher learning by holding workshops, seminars, which will help in imparting knowledge on sustainable engineering and its benefits. Society will ultimately say what is needed or wanted for development, sustainable or otherwise. So reaching decisions in this area requires engagement of stakeholders to bring their different perceptions, knowledge, and skills to take on the challenges being addressed, we need to give sustainable engineering the benefit of doubt so that we don't compromise the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. In conclusion, sustainable development is a universal art, and anyone, and I mean anyone, can address SDGs in their respective areas of study or profession, so as to make sure that our children and their children, their great-grandchildren can enjoy the resources that we are enjoying now without laying the blame on us. So the onus is on us, ladies and gentlemen, to move from engineering as usual to engineering with sustainability in mind. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mary, for a very interesting change project presentation. And I can see the comments in the chat are also echoing what I'm saying, that the project is quite interesting. And it's nice to see how sustainable development as a concept is being embraced in TVET, because I remember when we started with some of the initial workshops for sustainability starts with teachers, most of the colleagues from the TVET sector were saying they could not relate to the concept of sustainable development in relation to what they were doing. So this is a very good practical example of how policy is being translated into practice, because I can actually now relate, and I'm sure the participants can also relate from what the permanent secretary from your country have presented in terms of policy and how that have been translated into practice in terms of the engineering course at the Harare Institute of Technology. So thank you so much, Ms. Mary, for your presentation. And again, I'm just going to hold comments and questions because we don't have much time. And hopefully once the next presenter is done, we will have a few minutes for comments and questions. So the next presenter, who is our last in this session, is Ms. Beauty Mulela from the University of Namibia. And her presentation or her change project is focusing on mitigating wildlife and human conflict through cultural practices. So Ms. Beauty, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. Actually, I'm presenting in place of Ms. Beauty Mulela. She's my colleague, and we are doing this project together. So I'm going to share, or to rather upload the PowerPoint right now.
Thank you, Elliot.
While Mr. Elliot is busy uploading his presentation, is there anybody who wants to make a quick comment or a quick question based on the last two presentations? A quick one, because I can see that Mr. Elliot is still trying to upload his presentation. In the absence of any comments or questions, I can see that Anwar have been chatting in the question and answer session. He have acknowledged that Botswana have a nice active change project, and he was actually recommending that for the Harare Institute of Technology should reconsider the assessment part where they are assessing the sustainable development aspects, because he thinks that a 5 out of 100 is quite too low. So Ms. Mary and colleagues, I think that is just something to consider.
Silka, also Elliot, I have your presentation from Namibia. I can share the screen if you want.
Preben, you can just, I think Preben, you can just share so
okay,
that we can save time, if that's okay with Mr. Elliot.
Okay.
And while Preben is sharing, I can see Laurie is asking if we could have more information about solar stoves. Maybe that is something that we can look at if we still have time after the presentation of Mr. Elliot. Okay, thanks, Preben.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Suprivan, and again, once more, good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Elliot Moore. I'm working for the University of Namibia, Katima Mlilo campus in particular, and I'm presenting a presentation on mitigation on human-wildlife conflict through cultural practices that we prepared as our change project in the Zambezi region. So just a brief background. The Zambezi region in particular is located within the heart of Kaza, which is the also called as Kavango Zambezi Trans-Frontier Conservation Area. So within this particular region, which is the Zambezi, there are 3 game parks or national parks. We have the Babweta National Park, we have the Mudumu, we have Kasarupara National Parks. So the region itself is quite small, with a population of about, the last census in 2011 was around about 90,000. So right now it should be around about 100 or 110,000. So it's quite a large population for such a small area, and with such national parks or game reserves within the same proximity. So as a result, we identified that there are some human or rather some wildlife are encroaching into the human habitation. And as a result, these areas where wildlife and human overlaps gives rise to human-wildlife conflict. So human beings, they lose their livestock, they lose their property, as well as life due to wild animals. And this fear leads to community members taking laws into their own hands. So a top-down management and laws that do not consider the local knowledge are likely to blame, even though the recently reviewed policy, national policy on wildlife conflict actually takes care of that aspect in the sense that the government actually gives power to the local community to come up with initiatives and come up with solutions to these wildlife conflicts. So poverty, poaching, and lack of economic opportunities means the decrease in the number of wild animals, especially endangered animals. And this really leads to the reduction in the number of wild animals within the Kaza, the heart of Kaza in particular. Therefore, can move to the next slide. Therefore, as a result of this background, we realized that we need to come up with a solution, or rather a project, to address that particular aspect, because where animals or where human and animals are living together and they are not living in coexistence as it's supposed to, there needs to be a solution. And if there's such a situation, then we're talking about unsustainable living. Therefore, our project is aimed at addressing that aspect through cultural practices. Therefore, the policy context, the government of the Republic of Namibia, through the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Tourism, adopted and approved its revised national policy on human-wildlife conflict management in 2018, like I indicated. So a novel approach is required to successfully implement these policies. Thus, indigenous knowledge has been identified as useful in mitigating the human and wildlife conflicts. So this project addresses that aspect. So just a brief overview of the SDGs that this particular project or change project addresses, in particular, is the quality education, in the sense that the quality, the education that we want our learners to gain, it's that of living side by side with wild animals. And poverty, as a result of this project or this allegation of human-wildlife conflict, it is perceived that the likelihood of animals encroaching on human properties, destroying crops and livestock will be unlikely. As a result, people will be able to sustain their livelihood through those means, crop cultivation and animal rearing. So as a result, it will lead to reduction in poverty. In addition to that, tourism, tourists come to see these wild animals and they bring income to the local community through either conservancies or through directly through purchasing local produce. So that it addresses SDG number 1, and then SDG number 12, responsible consumption and production, which is again through this initiative, we envision that responsible consumption and production of crops. In other words, each person obviously should have a sizable amount of land to which they cultivate. In other words, we identified that this human-wildlife conflict is in part accentuated by human beings encroaching into wildlife habitation in search or in a bid to increase production. Therefore, responsible consumption and production needs to be emphasized and address that aspect, and life on land in short. So the community of practice, we identified round about 5 schools. Initially, we had 3 schools, which is Mafila's Senior Secondary School, Lizaldi's Combined School, and Ndoro Memorial Combined School. These are all found within the Zambezi region, these top three schools. Then we decided that it's not representative enough for Namibia. Therefore, let's add a few more schools into the interior or central part of India. So we added Waterberg Senior Secondary School and Okakarara Senior Secondary School. Next slide, please. All right, so the objective of our change project, as well as the activities mirroring those objectives, are as follows. Number 1, we want to appreciate the importance and sustainable use of natural resources. And we can only do this through the following activities, such as presentation or presenting to the community members on the proposed project, highlighting the importance of coexistence between human being and wildlife. And then objective number 2 is to describe the relationship between natural resources and human activity, and also to raise awareness about the importance of natural resources for the future sustainability and survival. And we can only do this through engagement with the local community, through discussion and presentation. We want to find out what are some of the challenges the community members are facing, and to highlight to them the importance of wildlife in particular and the coexistence. This will bring forth those measures that have been practiced by the community for centuries, because our community have lived side by side with wild animals peacefully. But the recent conflict, of course, increased by certain factors, like I said, like the need to produce more and etc. So the next objective is to familiarize with the legal laws government passed to protect the environment. So this will be done through the documentation analysis and debates with the local community, and the policy or the national or the revised policy on human-wildlife conflict, which was passed by the government, will be a central theme on that aspect or in addressing that particular objective. And then to explain the importance of natural resources and why they should be protected. Okay, the next slide. and also to identify conserved and endangered animals and identify where they can be found. So the conservancy and national park authorities will be useful or handy in that regard in providing information pertaining to their animals, which they have in the parks, and the number of those animals, and some of them they are endangered, of course. And the next objective is to know the different ecosystems and be aware of their importance for humans and animals. So presentation to the local community members will be useful, and identify example of human activity with beneficial or harmful effect on the environment. So study local case studies where indigenous knowledge has successfully been mitigated or being successfully been implemented in mitigating human and wildlife conflict. So promote culture, peace, and non-violence to wildlife, appreciation of cultural diversities. This can be done by debates, and analyze case studies from other countries regarding sustainable mitigation measures on human-wildlife conflict. This will be done through literature review, because we want to learn or to look at the best practices within the African continent before we focus on the local practices. And this will help in the coordinating, or rather framing the indigenousness of these local practices.
Mr. Elliott, you only have a minute.
Okay, so basically what we have done so far, we have visited these schools, the 3 schools in particular that are within the Zambezi region. We visited the Ndoro Memorial within the Babet National Park. We visited the Zauli, which is close to Mudumu National Park, and we visited Mafila, which is within the Salambala Conservancy. Next slide, please. So what are the links between the change project and the current curriculum provision? So we are thinking of integrating this project within the existing curriculum. Listed below are some of the grades where or that speaks to sustainable development within environmental studies, social studies, natural science, within agriculture, within various grades 12, grade 4, grade 3. So our change project can be integrated, can be absorbed within this existing curriculum, and can be taught as a result. Next slide, the last slide, perhaps. All right, so the short-term activities that we are envisioned to carry out within this year is through the teachers identify the case studies within the community members who are using indigenous knowledge to protect their crops and livestock from wild animals, and also the other 2 schools that are located in the Ochozundupa region, central part of Namibia. We will introduce the change project in Okakara and Waterbeek schools. So right there are pictures. The left picture, we visited the Ministry of Environment last year in 2020, and right we visited the meeting with the head or the director of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Tourism earlier this year in April to familiarize with the measures which the ministry has taken to mitigate human-wildlife conflict. Right, I guess my time is up. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Mr. Elliott. Very interesting project, and I can see Dr. Simalumba is saying it's very relevant for African countries. And unfortunately, we are out of time because it's now 2 minutes over our session. However, I just want to re-emphasize the excitement in the project. And I think from the participants, you can see the diversity of the projects, from early childhood to engineering to natural science curriculum and teacher education curriculum. And you can also see the different SDGs that the different change projects are trying to contribute to, of course, depending on the context and the sustainability issues that they're trying to address. So I just thought if we still have one more time, maybe we can
we have
still have a comment or two. Preven,
we have 3
are you
minutes.
taking us? How many minutes?
we have 3 minutes for questions, Sarita. Group 2 will join us at 12:25.
That's generous. So we have 3 minutes for questions and answer. Is there any question or comment that anybody in the room want to make? Apart from the nice comments in the chat.
There's a question from Laurie about, could we have more info about solar stoves? And Million has raised a hand.
Okay. So can we perhaps take Million's hand and then we can answer the two together?
And Prof. Shumba also has a hand up.
Okay, perfect. So Million, you go next, and then Prof. Shumba will go after Million.
Sorry, Preven.
Yes.
One quick. Tsepo Sekelali is supposed to be in group 2 to present in group 2. He says, can I be brought back to the group? Can you take Tsepo to group 2, please? Yeah.
Presenting now. I think group 2 is already done with presentation.
I think he has presented, I'm not sure. Oh, back to you, Sirka, whilst Preven is doing his
No, he's finished presenting, Charles. Malaysia
okay, fine. So I think he was wondering.
Million, you have the mic?
Million, the chance is yours.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say these are very beautiful change projects, but my worry is that they may remain confined to institutions if there is no platform for them to be shared, say even at national level. I don't know if there are provisions for these change projects to be shared probably at national level with relevant other institutions, so that everyone becomes aware of what is happening, and then they can also try to also come up with their own other change projects that speak to the SDGs, and probably let's have a national systemic approach to these change projects where people can share what they are doing and also provoke others to take up and also come up with other change projects where at national level then we can begin to see a huge impact rather than probably having this institutional-based change project probably remaining at that level and probably dying a natural death later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Million. This is one of the platforms, but before I maybe give Charles and Julia an opportunity to just comment on that if there's still time, I will quickly want to take Prof. Shumba's question or comment. Prof?
Yes, thank you very much, Sirka, for chairing this session. And these are wonderful change projects. There is also an experience I would like to learn from the 3 countries, because we have had the COVID pandemic disrupting a lot of our activities. How have you managed to keep your community of practice together and working in a focused way on your change project? Thank you.
Thanks, Prof, for the question. So the question goes to the 3 presenters from Botswana, Namibia, and Zimbabwe, that during the COVID times, how were you able to keep the change project going, especially working with your community of practice members? Who wants to take that question? How you were able to continue the communication with your community of practice members during the times of COVID?
Mary has a hand up. Mary?
Who is that, Privet?
Mary.
Okay, Miss Mary, you can take the floor.
Thank you, Serena. As we were managing through online discussions because physical meeting was a bit of a problem, but we did a series of online meetings. Thank you.
So group 2 is joining. Unfortunately, we will not be able to continue with the discussions because we are now going back to the plenary. But I think Charles and Julia can still comment maybe in the plenary on Million's question, that how are we making sure that there is a lot of showcasing of what we are doing so that the different institutions can actually learn from the change projects. And then we can also scale them beyond the institutions that are busy implementing them. Thank you.
Thanks, Sirka.
Thank you, Charles. Just to say that group 2 seems to be joining us slowly. Thank you, Sirka, very much for moderating. So in the next session, we still have a little bit of time for questions and answers. I'm handing over to you, Charles, to introduce the next session.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait for Preven to give me some signs that we all have people from group 2 back into this room.
Charles, they're slowly coming back in. We are sitting at 84 participants now. We did have 120. So I think people are still joining.
Do you know how many are left in room 2? Can you see that?
Close it, why?
I think we're all back or we're coming back. Julia?
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's start the next session, at least the introduction of the next session, Charles.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the group discussions, and thank you very much for some of the questions that were being raised in the questions. I think we are going to revisit some of them in this session. Now, I want to quickly remind the participants that the purpose of this policy dialogue is to engage policy actors and education leaders on ESD activities as a way of advocating for ESD integration into policies and leadership activities in teacher and TVET education. And I've singled out 2 objectives that can lead us into this session. Number 1 is to share the achievement of the SST program in 6 countries. We have partly done that through the sharing of these change projects. And I want to share with participants that we've got more than 6 change projects happening in institutions. We've got a lot of change projects. For the 2019 countries alone, we have got 30 change projects happening in institutions. And for the 2020 countries, we have more than 33 change projects happening in institutions. So the progress, as Million said in one of his questions, is happening in institutions. Then the other question that, the other objectives that I want to highlight is engage policymakers and education practitioners on ESD. So we are showcasing what we are doing in institutions here. We are showcasing what participants are doing as a way of asking a very big question to our policymakers and our leaders in education to say, this is what is happening on the ground. What does it mean in terms of policies in countries? This is the work that we are doing on the ground. What are the policy implications in different countries? Now, to help me to summarize what has happened in 2 rooms, I'm going to call upon Professor Shumba from the Copperbelt University and Ms. Priska Simukonda, who is the Director of Education in Zambia, to give us some reflections of what they had in the change project presentations. Professor Shumba, I think I'll start with you. Over to you. You're in Group A. Prof. Shumba, are we starting with Priska?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Thank you very much, Charles, and good afternoon, everyone. Just allow me to share my screen so that I can share some notes which I made. Are you able to allow me to share screen, Pravin?
Yes, Prof. You can share screen. The share screen button's at the bottom. The green one, the green icon, you can press that and share your screen.
I wonder why it's not responding.
It's coming through, Prof. Yeah, we can see it.
No, that's not the screen I want to share.
Alverson, I'm wondering if it won't be easier just to present without worrying about the screen, since it doesn't look like the screen's coming on.
Okay, I will. Well, thank you very much. I was in the group of countries, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Namibia. And I must say that the presentations were wonderful, and they demonstrated what change projects can accomplish in creating possibilities for change, as it were. But I need to point out that I was a reference group member for Zambia, which has got quite many change projects at different stages of development. And I think the commitment to ESD has been wonderful because last year and continuing into this year, we have had the challenge on the occasion of launching the SST program in Zambia. We also had the statutory instruments on the health guidelines for COVID on the 15th of March. And so it was quite a new experience to be under surveillance by health officers as we launched the program. And further to this, we had to adjust the program for online delivery so that the online course could be run through e-learning. And we had also the challenges that our participants and communities of practice members did not all have the same level of skills in terms of online learning. And we had a compounded problem of load shedding, power cuts, which influenced the possibilities when we were having meetings or cluster meetings to discuss the change projects. And then, of course, when we eventually reopened schools, colleges, and universities, there was a lot of pressure on the members of the communities of practice to focus on their change projects. And yet, this morning, we were able to see examples of very good change projects which have been developed in the various countries. So I'd like to congratulate everybody who has been involved with this, that the spirit of commitment should continue so that we can create a possibility of transformation of our societies. I'd like to point out that in the case of Botswana, where I was, we had the project which was focusing on learning materials by ECCE student teachers and pupils. And I think it was a clear indication to us that they had analyzed the national policies, the national vision, and the development plans, and aligned their work informed by that. And this was quite a useful project. In terms of what they did, they used the locally available materials and waste resources to create learning resources, which helped to create very positive ECCE learning environments. We think that for policymakers, this is quite an important example, raising the need for support and recognition or even reward for designing and producing local teaching and learning materials. And that would be quite a useful thing because teachers are under-recognized for the various innovations they bring into the classrooms. And so this project is alerting us to this need. They also had opportunities to engage communities and to share their experiences with the communities, and communities sharing experiences with the community of practice. It was a case of bringing the village into the classroom and the classroom to the village. And so we think that for policymakers, community engagement and service learning, and the use of pedagogical, the support for pedagogical innovation is quite important. For example, they introduced the educational parks, which helped to mobilize the community around the learning programs in the school. So that was quite useful. I think we have heard from our ministries of education highlighting competence-based learning outcomes in teacher education. And I think we need to strengthen our policies to foster greater alignment between teacher education and the school curriculum and its pedagogies. In the change project for Zimbabwe, we were very impressed with the presentation by the engineer, Mary. She brought up this concept of engineering from engineering as usual to engineering for sustainable development, where I think she was emphasizing this balancing of human needs and environmental integrity and problem solving. And we think that in terms of policy, we need to encourage every subject to shift from business as usual to focus on educating for sustainable development. So every discipline or subject for sustainable development would be a good policy shift in this case. And I think we learned something about making ESD a part of the accessible curriculum. And this is quite important for policymakers to support the shift in assessment models which we use, which largely focus on content learning outcomes, so that we can begin to address soft skills and sustainability learning outcomes, oriented learning outcomes. Finally, I think what they have done in Zimbabwe is to have a community of practice approach, which is scaling its initiatives to the whole institution. And this is quite important, especially if we are going to achieve the goals of ESD and the SDGs. And so we need to see policies strengthened and which reinforce the need for mainstreaming ESD and all institutional approaches, as it were. And for all three projects, I think one of the things which it brings up is that the issue of documentation and dissemination of innovations and the value which they create is quite important. As we have heard in the last few comments, we heard that the projects are known within institutions and not nationwide. And so the issue of documentation and the dissemination of innovations is quite important. And policymakers would help us if they could reinforce policies along those lines. In Namibia, we find a project which is trying to mitigate human-wildlife conflict through cultural practices. And we think this is quite important because we do have the issue of national parks, which are neighbors to communities, and there's always this human-wildlife conflict situation. And we heard this morning that we could use a heritage-based approach to approach some of these issues. And we think that from this project, what is happening is they are doing case study analysis of these conflicts. They are trying to identify local community ways of livestock and crop protection. And they are also identifying opportunities in the curriculum where they can situate the SDGs and ESD objectives. And they are trying to harness indigenous knowledge and culture of the local communities as they do so. So we think that policies emphasizing heritage-based approaches should be further accentuated. And we think that the use of national parks and conservancies as sites for learning for the community as well as for the formal school system is quite important. And so these are some of the things we were able to learn from the projects. However, I would like to make a couple of comments in terms of what more can we learn from these projects. And I think we need to hear more of what the community of practice members are actually learning, because we don't hear their voices. It's like these projects, they are doing it for the other people, for the learners and for the community, and not for themselves. And we would like to know a little bit more about your own experiences and what you are learning, so that this can avoid a situation of these becoming extracurricular kind of activities. And so the learning from the Change Project is quite important, so that we can now situate it in the curriculum which you are delivering. And I think we need also to begin to assess the learning outcomes which we are realizing among the learners as well as among the community members. It is quite important to demonstrate to the nation or to the region what assessment strategies are we beginning to embrace, and how are we achieving compiling the evidence of success of what we are doing. So I think with those two comments, I end there. Thank you very much for very good projects I was able to witness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shumba. Thank you very much for your critique, reflections, and your contribution to Change Project's development. And thank you so much for pointing out the areas that need policy strengthening and policy rethinking. I think that's the main business of the day, to reflect and to sort of, for lack of a better way, to challenge policy, so that we see where do we need to strengthen policy and where do we need to rethink our policies. Now, let me now hand over to your colleague who was in the other room, Director Priska, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair. Allow me to write on the protocols that have earlier been observed in this meeting. I was in the second group where we received presentation on the Change Project from Zambia, South Africa, and Lesotho. Let me start with the Zambia project, which was on Mwekera beekeeping. In this project, what we have seen is that a gap was identified. There was a problem in the area, and in trying to address this problem, this project came on board as a way of trying to mitigate the problems. And the design of this project took into consideration the existing policies in the country, the forest policy, environmental policy, water policy, education policy, climate change issues, and also the National Development Plan. And what is good about this project is that it's highly participatory, where we see the students at the college are fully involved, and the activities on the project are not just focusing on the students of the college, but they are also extending to the surrounding schools and giving them experiences of the issues that they were dealing with. So it is good in that when we look at the education curriculum for Ministry of General Education, what the college is doing is giving the practical aspect, the practical interpretation of this curriculum, because the curriculum has well embedded issues of environmental education and climate change. And this supporting the education tours is actually just consolidating this classroom practices and giving them more experience to look at what is the reality that is around these learners. The other project that we had was from South Africa. And this project is looking at improving pedagogy for the teachers to ensure that they bring forth issues of education for sustainable development. And there are short courses that are introduced. The power in empowering teachers is that you are beginning to implement education for sustainable development in the classroom. And from their classroom, then these teachers will be able, when they teach, they will be able to take this knowledge and the skills that they have to the learners. And we know that sooner or later, we'll have these issues being observed in the communities where these learners are coming from. And for this, we are sure that when the teachers are capacity built in this manner, then we know that it is not a one-time thing, but it will continuously, this will continuously go on, and we know that it is now going to be sustainable. The values of environmental education, once they are instilled in the learners while they are still young, we know that they'll grow up with them and they will be able to practice them without much problems, as opposed to somebody who is picking them at a later time in life. So this, we see that it will bring about effective implementation of education for sustainable development activities that may be employed because the teachers are at the center of everything. The third project we had was from Lesotho, which was about production of herbs for the home economics department. Again, here there was a challenge that was identified. They looked at the cost implications of what they needed in home economics department, and working with the other partners, they started planting the herbs that they needed. And this saw the practical involvement of the teachers and the learners that were involved. Once classroom knowledge is translated into practical skills, then we are sure that sustainability is almost guaranteed, because it becomes part of what they are doing in the reality. These projects have demonstrated one thing in common, is in that from the classroom, there is a very good link to the reality of what is happening around those communities. The beekeeping project, there is a problem in the environment, and the project is on board to try and address. And then for the University of Cape Town, appropriate courses are designed for the teachers to capacity build them in teaching education for sustainable development, or incorporating these issues while they are delivering their lessons. And for Lesotho, there is a problem, and this is trying to address that gap, which will also bring about economic benefits to the community in what they are doing, and also home economics department, because they are mitigating a financial challenge that has been observed. May I also take this opportunity to appreciate all the presentations that have come through. They were very insightful and giving good points of reflections that sustainable development is the way to go. when we look at current trends in education provision, we realize that we cannot provide education the way we did years ago because of these current trends. We are hit with the issues of climate change, and we need to ensure that we emphasize environmental education. This, we can only do this if our policy provisions are able to influence this direction to ensure that we are all held accountable, because these are issues that are affecting all of us, all held accountable through policy provisions from different countries. And the other issue that we can reflect on is the inclusion of education for sustainable development activities or issues in the curriculum. As we have already heard from our colleagues who presented that these issues are already embedded in their curriculum. So they are also in the Zambian school curriculum. But we do have challenges that what we have planned to do is not the reality on the ground. And that calls for a strategic implementation guidelines that will ensure that we move on what we have decided to do, so that at the end of the day, we have good implementation strategies and we are able to move towards the goals that we have defined in education for sustainable development. So in a nutshell, and in just trying to end the reflection, maybe as a way forward is that we need to let policy influence the implementation and the focus on education for sustainable development. And we look at effective implementation strategies in what we have decided to do, and to ensure that if these issues are embedded in the curriculum, then we cannot go wrong. We know that sometimes it becomes difficult when you have mainstreamed issues of education for sustainable development, because you are not so sure of whether this is implemented or not, as opposed to having standalone policies on education for sustainable development. But I still believe that with effective implementation strategies, these are some of the things that we can still do. And the mainstreaming has its own advantages, that alongside implementing the main curriculum, you have these aspects also coming through, and you are almost sure that they will be handled in the school. And the children, the learners, will pick on these values and the skills, and they will grow up with them. And like that, it becomes very difficult for them to depart from them. They will be embedded in them because they will be instilled at an early stage. So I think I can leave it there, but also just to appreciate everyone, and especially the presenters and facilitators, this meeting, that it has been very educative and insightful, that it leaves all of us with points of reflection, and we'll remain thinking, what projects can we think through that will definitely bring about change, because we all stand to be change agents in ensuring that education for sustainable development is given the due importance and recognition that it deserves. Thank you so much. I submit.
Thank you very much, Director. We are all change agents. We are, and ESD is the way to go, and the policy framework should allow that to happen. That's very powerful. ESD the way to go, and the policy framework should allow that to happen. It's very important coming from a director in the Ministry of Education in Zambia. And thank you very much to the two discussants, Professor Shumba and Director Simkonda. I now want to open for questions, interactions, and comments from the floor. I want to, before I pick on anyone whose hand is up, I want to reflect on a question that was asked in Group A, to say we are seeing all these institutional change projects happening, What are we doing at national level to make sure that not only small institutions developing ESD and moving in the direction, but it's a national systemic movement or transformation? I'll keep on posing that question, maybe tomorrow again, because tomorrow we are going to have another session that may respond to that question. But for now, I'm opening the floor, and Preven, William, please help me to identify people who want to ask questions.
There's no hands up, Chair, but there's a lot of insights and comments in the chat. And there's a comment from Caleb. Should I read it?
Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead, Preven.
Okay, Caleb says, one way of influencing institutional policy is by integrating into written curriculum. I'm wondering maybe if we can give Caleb a chance to talk, might be better.
Yes, yes.
So Mr. Mankoza, the floor is yours. You can unmute. Okay, I've promoted him to panelist. Caleb, you can unmute yourself now and talk. Okay, possibly he's not there. His question was, one way of influencing institutional policy is by integrating into the written curriculum. What opportunities exist for change project participants to influence what is written into the curriculum documents? What's the question?
Yes, and it's a nice question. And anyone who would want to attempt on that question, even the presenters themselves, the change project presenters, especially the last part of the question, I think you can respond to that.
Sorry, Chair, I happened to step aside a bit. I could have missed the question.
Okay, the question
Preven,
is,
you want to repeat? Yes, go ahead.
The question is by Caleb. One way of influencing institutional policy is by integrating into the written curriculum. What opportunities exist for change project participants to influence what is written into the curriculum documents? That's the question.
I thought one of the change project presenters would jump up and shine in responding to this question, the last part of it. The opportunity that we have on written curricula.
Yeah, basically, how are they feeding into institutional policy?
Yes.
Chair, I am not a presenter for the change project, but may I just come in to give the comment if allowed?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As I indicated, for the Zambian curriculum framework, we have a provision for localizing the curriculum. And it is under this aspect that there is a lot of room for where the change projects can fit in, because you are adapting the principles and the key aspects of the national curriculum to your local environment. And this is where we have encouraged the use of the local resources, even for developing the teaching and the learning materials, and also looking at the skills that are in that environment as part of the skills that can be incorporated into the curriculum, because there are different skills depending on the region of the nation. For example, of Zambia, we have the fishing skills, we have agricultural skills, and all those, there's provision to be incorporated in the curriculum through localizing the national curriculum in line with what is prevailing in the community. And this is where I see great opportunities for the change projects to fit in. I submit.
Thank you so much, Director. And I think just to support what you've said, all the 6 change projects, they've attended to the immediate needs of be it their community or their teachers or their curriculum specifications. So I think that they have seen the opportunity. They are not only saying they've seen the opportunity and they are riding on that opportunity. And there's alignment, especially in Tashika's presentation in Botswana. There's alignment on what she's doing at teacher education level and what is required in the classroom at school level. So she took advantage of the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Taswika has a hand up, and
yes,
Laurie
yes.
Coogan has a question after that. Taswika?
Yes, go ahead, Taswika.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon again. I just want to respond to the question that you were asking by saying that, you know, with our curriculum at the moment, we are reviewing the curriculum to make it an outcome-based. I think this is the opportunity that one can have an input of ESD in the curriculum of early childhood at training level. Thank you.
Thank you, Taswika. And we have a question by Laurie Coogan. Could we please have more info on solar stoves, which could potentially have a huge impact in reducing greenhouse gases?
Was it Mary who mentioned the solar stoves? Over to you, Harare Institute of Technology.
Hello, can you ask the question again?
Yes, Mary. Laurie Coogan wants information about solar stoves, which they feel could potentially have a huge impact in reducing greenhouse gases. So they want more information about it. I'm not sure what type of information.
Okay. I think I can talk to them maybe later, but as a summary, it's a stove that uses solar. We harness solar, and then instead of using electricity and wood, we are now using it to heat up our stoves.
Perhaps you could share your email in the chat, maybe, or for Laurie to get in touch with you. Or Laurie, you could share yours.
Yes.
Okay, I'll share mine in the chat.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it for the questions. There's just very nice comments and congratulations to the change projects in the chat, which everyone can read.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Preven. I think there are no other questions. Let me hand over to my colleague, Julia.
Sorry, there's hands up. Dr. Irene Chimoga and has a hand up.
Yes, let's give a chance. Go ahead.
I've promoted you to panelist, Irene. You can talk.
Unmute and talk.
Dr. Irene. Okay, sorry, Chair. Doesn't look like we're getting anything through. Over to you.
Okay, okay. So, Julia, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Charles. Thank you very much, Cynthia and Sirka, for moderating the Change Project session so nicely. And of course, for the Change Project presenters. The session I was in, all 3 presentations were really extremely inspiring. So, and thank you for all of you for being with us over such a long time. A webinar that lasts for almost 4 hours is long. We didn't even give you a break. We hope you found it exciting. We hope to see you back tomorrow. Again, same time. If you could try to log in 8:45. Tomorrow's day will be a little shorter. We are only will end the second day of the policy dialogue at 12 o'clock. It's going to be quite different. We'll have a launch session of the very nice website of the program. Then we will have a very interactive session around the new ESD World Program, or the framework for ESD, which is called ESD for 2030. This is going to be a group work interactive session. And then we'll also talk a little bit about monitoring of SDG 4, SDG 4.7, and how our work in the region can contribute to that. So with that, we release you for your late lunch. Again, we're very happy to have so many of you with us, and we are looking forward to see you tomorrow and continue the policy dialogue. Thank you, everybody.
What's plan B? Plan B. Esa te